Court will come to order. It is Tuesday, May the 27th, 2025. It is 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please stand for the prayer and the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Harris.
Lord, we pray that you guide us, as always. Satisfy the needs that need to be met during this meeting. Please guide us through the transitions our country is always going through, as we know you have a plan for us. Lord, please guide us so that this meeting can be productive. Let us be effective and decisive. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be
And
seated.
for the first time, the Texas flag.
Oh, Texas flag. Okay.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
See, we don't always do the same things we've always done.
That's right.
Yeah,
We're doing
we
something
changed up every 6-8 years.
It's probably 60 years. Okay, first reminder is everyone turn your phones off to vibrate so they do not interrupt the proceedings. And with that, the first item on the regular Commissioner Court agenda is public input. And I remind you that this is the opportunity you have to provide input to the court. We don't have the opportunity to give you input back, but we have the opportunity to listen, and that's why it's designed that way. For those of you that want to address the court about something that's on the agenda, we ask that you save your remarks for when that agenda item is called. It'll be a lot more effective that way. And we ask that you identify yourself, what precinct you live in, and limit your remarks to no more than 3 minutes. So, who would like to have public input today? Oh, come on. Okay. Ms. Ferguson.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the judge and a lot of our other institutions throughout the county that addressed very quickly an issue that arose last week on behalf of Representative Wes Verdell. We really appreciate the way our community comes together and different agencies work with each other to meet the needs of our constituents, and Judge Kelly, you especially, in being available at a moment's notice, and we really appreciate it.
Well, I want to commend you and your team. Many of you may not know, but I'm the mental health judge for 19 counties. It's a 19-county catchment area. And mental health is a much bigger problem than the public ever could dream. It is really a difficult thing to do. And we had an intellectually developmental disability patient last week who was a young man, but had the IQ of probably maybe a 2-year-old, and who became violent. And we're trying to find out where could we place him. And believe it or not, the state of Texas did not have a hospital bed available statewide. And Representative Verdell came to the rescue, sent Barbara over to sit down and meet with the MHDD people. The default was going to be the jail, and I don't, Sheriff's back there looking at me like, that's not a good place for him. And so the team worked pretty much all day long. Finally they found a state hospital bed. We're hoping. So, but with that, any other input? Okay, let's move on then to commissioner comments. We'll start with precinct 1.
Oh, precinct 1's been great. Finally, we got hit and miss on some rain. We got 1.5 inches last week. We missed out on the rain last night, which was horrible, but I was told by Miss Helen Hurd they got 3 inches in Comanche, so we got the beautiful lightning show.
No, that was last week.
Oh, I thought you were talking about last night. Oh,
I get rain in Comanche,
But not that inches.
yeah. Well, I got to watch it everywhere but here. And so, but it's been good. We've had a pretty calm week and getting a lot of good work done, so thank y'all.
3.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we had some rain last night in East Kerr County. We also had a little bit of a lightning show that was really interesting. that you probably saw all along East Kerr County. We had over 2 inches. I think I need a new rain gauge because I think it's lying to me because my neighbor's got 2.5 right down the way. So yeah, any recommendations afterwards would be great.
You need an equal opportunity rain gauge.
I really do, because mine's not working. 3 inches previously before that. The burn ban, of course, is still lifted for those that need to do that. We had a great tour of the animal control construction building. We have some discussion about that today, so I won't take away from that. I can say they're making very good progress, and they're looking forward to a pour here this week. So I'll be out there to start 3 o'clock in the morning in case you want to get up with the 75 people that are doing the pour on the first half this week of the animal control building. Sheriff's Civilian Academy graduation this week. After 12 weeks, we didn't fail out. He graduated I think 12 of us. Thank you. Captain Waldron, yes, your division, which does include Lieutenant Gage, did win as best presenters. But I can tell you, for those that have a chance to do it, another plug for what they do, you will learn so much. Like the juvenile issue, we talked about that with Jason, I think, who's in charge, right? Jason, in charge of our juvenile department, how difficult it is to find beds, about how the court system works from every different judge, every different JP, every different investigative or jail issue. It is such a great opportunity to learn about our county and what it does. You can't replicate it. I almost think it should be mandatory for folks that are interested in running for an elected office. It's really that good. Memorial Day was awesome. This ceremony was awesome. I was very impressed, not just by the participation with the groups that all showed up, but the folks that prepared everything, the booths, the speakers that we had, the content. It's just, that's what makes us the friendliest town in Texas. And that's what I thought about today. We really are, because people come together and make the effort. It's not one person trying to do it, it's community, and it's really, really well done. So thank you for all involved in that. And that's it.
Yeah, I'll just continue on that. I think it was the best Memorial Day celebration to date that I've been associated with here at the courthouse, and it gets bigger and better each year. I think it's probably the largest turnout we've had so far, and we got blessed with a little bit cooler weather than what we've had in some of the previous ones. Nobody melted down.
It's cloudy.
Yeah, a little cloud cover goes a long ways. I don't have a whole lot to say. I will tell you, let's see, things coming up. This Thursday, the Republican Party fundraiser at Buckhorn. Are there tickets available yet? Sold out. Okay, well, that ought to be a good one then. So that's all I have today, Judge.
Good. Okay, let's move on to the consideration agenda. First item on the agenda is 1.1, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the annual financial report with included independent auditor's report and audited financial statement for the period ending September 30, 2024, as presented by Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates. Debbie Frazier. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a little later than usual, so I want to apologize, but we have to wait on the airport audit, and that ran a little later than typical.
Tell me about it.
But there was very slight difference in the original draft versus the final, so we just have to wait for the final, unfortunately. I do want to thank the offices that really, well, all of the offices participate, but the auditor's office and treasurer's office, we probably, they probably need to go drink after we leave. So we are invasive. I apologize for that, but they also do a fantastic job. We had less than 10 entries. I believe there were 7, and 3 of those were provided by Tanya. That's an incredible audit. So anyway, I know there's a lot of new faces, so bear with me. If you should have any questions after I present, because I do a very, very high level, my number is on page 1, and Tanya has my cell phone. You are welcome to call me at any time. So, on page 1, this is the independent audit report. You received an unmodified report, which is the best that you can get. This report, that means after adjustments, your financial statements are fairly stated and materially correct. It also tells you in an emphasis of matter paragraph that the Kerrville Kerr County Airport is also included 50% in this report. After that, on page 4, I'm not gonna go over, this is your MD&A, which is written by Tanya and the management of the county. I would like to start on page 15. This is the statement of net position. And in governmental accounting, your financial statements are broken down into 2 different types. The modified accrual, for which you budget, and you see your reports and monthly, and the full accrual basis, which is represented once a year in the audit. So the full accrual basis has your right-of-use leases, your fixed assets, deferred outflows related to pension and other post-employment benefits, which is your retirement. It also has the full debt of the county, and then any compensated absences that you may have. So your total assets here on page 16 are $174,749,631. Of that, 43.6 million are cash and cash investments that are unrestricted. You do have 15.5 million that's restricted for CenterPoint. Your deferred outflows of resources, or $4.5 million, 3.4 million of that is basically prepaid TCDRS payments from January 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2024. You have liabilities, which include, total liabilities, which include all your debt of 59.2 million. Of that, about 36 million is your long-term debt, and then you also have a net pension liability of 4.7 million, almost 4.8. So that leaves you with a net position of 119,000, and I want to point out that 40.5 million of that is unrestricted net position. I'm going to skip back to the balance sheet, which is on page 20. And this is how you typically see your financial statements. You typically only see 1 year of debt, the capital assets that you purchase in that year, and you see that as an expense. So on page 20, your general fund, you had almost $34 million in your total assets, of which you have almost 29.4 million in cash and investments. The rest are primarily receivables. In your total governmental funds, which is all the way to the right, you had 64, almost 65 million, with 43.6 in cash and investments. And then you do have another restricted cash for CenterPoint of 15.5 million. And again, that's going to be exactly the same as we just saw in the net position. But if you look here, you don't see fixed assets, you don't see any deferred inflows and outflows. If you turn the page to page 22, these are your liabilities. And again, you see no debt, no long-term debt, and no capital or no compensated absences. So your total liability is 15.3 million in the total government funds and 5.3 million in your total liabilities for the general fund. The total deferred inflows of resources, this is your unavailable revenue. So revenue that was not collected within 60 days after year end for taxes as well as court fines. You had 2.7 million in the general fund and almost 3 million total governmental funds. The fund balances, you had 46.6 million in total government funds, unassigned fund balance. But the important number here is in your general fund, which is the first column. You had 25 million in unassigned fund balance, which is available to use in the current year we're at. Okay, I'm gonna have you flip back to page 63 and 64. This is the general fund, and it's your comparative. So we're looking at your budget to actual, or your final budget to actual. It includes your original budget, as well as 2023 actual figures. So your total revenues at the end of the year, it's the middle bolded column, were 45.4 million. You had budgeted for total revenues in your final budget of 46.2 million, so you were about 788,000 short. However, that was up from your original budget of almost 44 million. The differences there were intergovernmental revenue and grants. You were 3.1 million under what you thought you'd spent. However, if you pop down to the investment earnings, you collected 1.9 million more investment than you had budgeted for. And in the 2023 actual was 38.4 million, so you did increase revenues quite a bit by about $6.5 million. $3.5 million of that was in your property tax. Your other taxes were slightly short from the prior year, and then your governmental grants were about $2 million more than they were last year, as well as your investment earnings were up $200,000. Your total expenditures, if you look down that line, you spent 39.5 million. You had budgeted to spend 45.9 million. So you had a positive variance of 6.4 million. As compared to last year, you spent 33 million. So you were up about 6.5 million from the prior year. You budgeted for an excess of revenues over expenditures of 299,829. You actually had a positive variance of 5.9 million. You had small issuance of debt of 177,465, and then you transferred out to 2.3 million, which left you with the net change in fund balance of 3.7 million. So it increased your fund balance up to 25 million. You guys have about 11 months of operating expenditures in your unassigned fund balance. On page 64, this is the Road and Bridge Fund. In the middle column, you had spent 3.7 million, and you actually budgeted total revenues of 3.5 million. It was about 200,000 from the prior year. Your total expenditures were 4,258,000. You actually budgeted for 4,856,000. You spent a little more on infrastructure and environmental services. You did have a transfer in of 200,000, and then a sale of real and personal property of about $68. So your net change in fund balance overall was 1,461,000, bringing you up to a fund balance of 2.7 million. I just want to point out one more thing. This is on page 67 and 68. It's the last 10 years of your Texas County district retirement system. It's the net pension and then the related ratios. The last column on page 68 is 2023. This report is always on the calendar year. It's provided by the auditors of TCDRS, and they have a calendar year end. So I want to point out a few numbers. You had fourth line up from the bottom corner on page 68, net pension liability, you had 4,758,000. The next number is the 95.28%. You are 95% funded for your retirement. That's a very high number. The GFOA recommends that you be 70% or above. So you guys are operating very well. If you go probably midway down the page, you'll see the one number that drives this, the net investment income. So, you know, it's all based on estimates on how long somebody's gonna live. Of course, women are at 85, men are at 75. Those are two of the assumptions. And then another one of the assumptions is how much investment earnings you'll make, as well as the number of years somebody's going to work for the county. So anyway, the midway up the page is the net investment income, and you'll see that you were 9.5 million at the end of the year. Now you have to remember that this includes unrealized gains and losses. So if you look over to 2022, you'll see that you had a negative 5.3 million, because again, this is investment earnings, realized income as well as unrealized. So that number's gonna change based on the last day of the year. But even at a negative 5.3 million, you were still over 90% funded. That's just a bit of good news that I enjoy sharing, so.
Well, trust me, we enjoy hearing.
Yeah. Again, we had no comments in the governance letter. Nothing that we found rose to a comment level. We kind of generally just talk about improvements in areas, but again, you guys do a very, very good job. I would wish that 50% of my clients did as good of a job as you do. So again, if you have any questions, my number is on the opinion letter, the governance letter, as well as Tanya has my personal cell phone number. I don't want to give her out to everybody, but.
Any questions for Ms. Fraser?
No, great report, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for breaking it down for us. Good job.
Thank you. Okay. We have a timed item that was timed at 9:15, and we're running a little late. Let me go ahead and call it. Oh, I'm sorry. We need to have a motion to accept the.
I move to accept.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the financial reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Thank you. Okay, the next item is 1.2. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to place a few small signs on the courthouse grounds for the Motorcycle Awareness Month. Ms. Blevins, if you would go to the podium. Take your sign.
So I won't take too much time. My name is Deanna Blevins. I am local resident of Kerr County, live in Kerrville. I, unfortunately, in March 18th, 2024, lost my younger brother, age 23, in a motorcycle accident, getting hit by a negligent driver who just didn't see him. Ever since then, I feel like it's my mission to be an advocate, to spread awareness for motorcycle safety. With that, my small little signs, yes, I know they're little picket yard signs. This is the signs I have. They're dual-sided, bilingual. So English, there's a life writing on it. Spanish, you can read it if you would like. With that, I was gifted these through TxDOT, just as part of my advocacy. And with that, there's not much signage in Kerrville for sharing the road, look twice, watch for motorcycles, things like that. So again, they are just yard signs, but I thought what better way, our little intersection right here at the corner of the courthouse, to spread that awareness and for visuals. I think visuals are super important for our town to see. And with that, I don't really have a specific time frame. May is nationally known as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month. So with that, this evening I actually have a proclamation getting put in place for Kerr County to be Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month for the month of May. So that'll be something separate. with that, just putting these out, a visual for our town, I think would be great, at least a week even, it was kind of my, anything helps, anything is good. But yeah, that's just my request, if I could have these 2 signs, just on the Sidney Baker Junction Highway corner. That's all I have.
I move for approval.
A second.
Got a motion and a second to approve, declaring, I guess this is
Just to put
motorcycle
signs.
awareness, and put 2 signs out at the corner.
Yes, sir, just the main corner right over here at the intersection.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I want to thank you. I was a rider until just a few years ago, and I'm getting old, so I got off of the bikes. But I remember years ago, Bill Blackburn was president of my board for Christian Men's Job Corps, and he wanted to take out $1 million policy to replace me at the Job Corps because he felt like I was going to die. But you're right, especially in Kerrville, there's, people a lot of times don't pay attention, and I think it's very necessary. So thank you for what you're doing.
Our whole country's
And I'm
known
sorry for your loss.
riding.
That's a
Thank you.
tough thing to have to live through.
Yeah, I think it's especially timely right now with the loss that we had on Highway
The
27.
Cortez family, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and it's really about what can we do, is it awareness, and I'm working on a long-term, everyone understand, long-term project to widen 27
Oh, beautiful.
from Center Point all the way into Comfort where it's single. That's a lot of money, a
Yeah.
lot of easement, not easy, everyone understand that, but we're trying to make that happen to give a little buffer space, which might help some of those riders or vehicles that have had so many accidents around
Absolutely.
Wilson Creek Road. So, thank you.
That's awesome, thank you.
And to confirm what you said, the biggest problem with motorcycles is seeing them. They sneak up on you before you even know they're there. So. Okay, with that, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have another timed item at 9:15, which is 1.3, a presentation and discussion regarding a request from the Preservation of Southwest Texas Wildlife Organization that an allocation of $20,000 be included in the Kerr County budget for fiscal year 25-26. Lewis Scherer.
Thank you all. I am Lewis Scherer, manager of Flagler Ranch and the president of the Preservation of South Texas Wildlife. The reason that was a divide chapter, as I may add, that is a branch off of the preservation in Edwards County, which also has a branch in Junction and Sonora. We cannot keep a full-time trapper on board, and we desperately need animal control out there. We're not trying to put out the government trapper that you already pay for. We're not trying to get away from the bounties. We appreciate all of that. We just need additional help. We can't keep him on permanent time. He's on part-time. Plus, we have a hard time reimbursing his gas and as well. So on some of your brochures up there, you can see what some of the coyotes do to the animals. And the economic losses of this is astounding. Just on the Flagler Ranch alone, we've already lost 4 babies, one being an impala. Well, a little baby female, which that would be anywhere from $85,000 to $14,000, depending on the when you sold it. Also, if you use the Mueller program, you're losing 28 animals out of that baby, projected. And that would be an economic loss of about $240,000 on one animal. So you can see the issue there, and I'm not the only one. This West Kerr County essentially starts at Ingram and goes west and covers an enormous amount of acreage.
I take exception, I think it starts with Methodist at Campbell. It goes west.
It's 2/3 of the county.
Yeah. So, also, and thank y'all for your stoppage of the Lazy SK. The subdivisions and small acreage and absentee landowners they're just a haven. They're a nursery for these bobcats and coyotes and anything else. I deal with it on my east. There's a cedar thicket there of 180-something acres, and they raise their babies right there, and not a thing I can do about it. And I get it. They're supposed to be part of the nature and the circle of life and all that, but I don't need them eating me out of house and home. I don't mind one ever so often, but no, that's my job, is to raise animals. So we're just asking for a little bit of help, and maybe Mr. Reeves put a number on that. I was listening to this morning with 45 million of undedicated funds. Just throwing that out there. Anyhow, you can see there's some paperwork also in your pamphlet there of what Edwards County does, and granted, their county, they are 100% nothing but ranching out there, and if they lost that, they'd lose a lot of economic taxes and all that. So they have a sliding scale. They're going up in the amount, and I put that in there just for y'all's information, because I'm not the only one. Like I say, I'm not the only one out there. The K3, the 805, the Triple B, the Diamond V, all of these YO. They raise more different exotics than just about anybody around here, and some of them are endangered. So anyhow, I'm just asking for y'all's help, and I greatly appreciate it.
Well, Louis, in my former life, I was kind of in your position down south, and they need to be kept in check. You know, you're not looking at wiping them out, but they need to be in check. I've actually witnessed, half dozen coyotes inside a high fence and work as a unit to herd an animal,
Yes.
deer to the corner. And they get it down, and they'll do it day after day. And I've seen that, so,
And it's ugly.
yes,
When they
it
get
is.
there, it's ugly.
Mother Nature is brutal.
Yes.
Well-
But it's expensive, it's one thing to take, a goat or something, but it's another thing when you start looking at these exotics and their worth. Or just our whitetail,
Or the whitetail.
They all have a dollar value.
There's a couple ranches in Edwards County that are devoid of whitetail. Devoid.
Yeah. So-
And then the Vickers Ranch, they're getting completely out of the sheep and goat business
Yeah,
because of it.
sure,
We just can't raise anything.
I understand. So,
So,
What do we currently do in regards to government trappers? Anything?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have them on my ranch right now trapping for his coyotes that have been hitting on East Kerr County. But that's Jude Sandoval and
Yes.
Chad Flock, which are our local guys that do that. They're partially funded by federal and partially funded by state. And then by us, I think, as
Yes.
well.
Yeah, that's why I was curious what our buy-in was on that.
Yeah, we have a buy-in and we help them, fund the traps, the gas, the vehicles, and they have to have different vehicles. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, it took me a while to shoot my first coyote. I had to be convinced by game wardens that I should do that and be a part of the cycle. And I do. I pull trigger. I have no issue on it now. But, I mean, as a hunter and a conservationist, I'm trying to understand how your stuff is different than what we currently fund within that office it's almost at Ingram.
how it's different?
Yeah,
yeah, sure.
yeah,
Come on.
please, Bob. Thank you.
You mind with us?
Sure, come on.
I'm not up here as tax collector today. I was, one of the founding members out in West Kerr County when I sat in Commissioner Harris's. How is it different? The current government trapper does not have the ability to cover every place that is needed. he's spread too thin, and I'm using him in a singular manner. The local department is spread too thin. That's why this organization was established with dues paying members. If you look in the backup that I sent, currently we represent over 30,000 acres. And it's not only the rich absentee owners. If anybody knows the history of Divide, that was once the sheep and goat capital, the heart of it. My own family, my wife's family, myself, we had to quit operating sheep and goats just on the land that had been in there for years. That's where the economic losses are coming from. Ranches going out of the livestock business, you can drive around, and the loss of not only exotic but whitetail, the impact it's putting on the ranchers, that's their livelihood. And that's why the organization is asking for some help for, as you said, Commissioner, 2/3 of the county, whatever you want to look, the largest ranches are getting put out of business because they no longer can raise livestock. They no longer can have a viable hunting operation. And the trickle-down effect of when the hunters come here and spend $1, y'all put your own multipliers. We're losing that.
Yes.
And Bob, you know, I hear it all the time. What happens when these guys say, throw up their hands, we can't do this anymore? Well, they sell out, and then it's another subdivision.
It's another subdivision, as you say.
Fragmented.
10.01, they're popping up on the Divide now. That pushes the animals to the remaining ranches, and
Or they become sanctuaries.
or they become sanctuaries, but they come over onto the producers to hunt. Sorry to get on my soapbox, Jim.
No, I just would like to know how much have we done previously, just so I kind of understand. What is the
None.
county?
This is the first time,
None to this
First
organization.
time.
not to this organization.
Thank you.
It's getting to that point.
And see, well, just like, I hate to refer back to Edwards County, but they started the preservation because their 2 county trappers couldn't keep up.
Right.
They have 8 now that they pay 6 and the county has 2. Just to try to keep up. And the bears are coming. I know you can't harvest them, but the bears are coming. They predict they have over 100 in Edwards County. The mountain lions are coming. And, so it's just it's a constant struggle.
The trickle down deal is, you know, we fragment it up, and then we're all concerned about water. And,
Yes,
and what's
yes.
that do?
And that,
I would argue in East Kerr,
The
I can't
pigs
speak to
are
West, but in
unreal.
East Kerr, it's primarily foxes right now, pigs, and then coyotes, as far as the issue, which is, you know, taking a toll on anything from sheep to goats to chickens, you know, frankly.
yep.
But, yeah, I'm just trying to understand, you know, the value of what you're asking for compared to what we already fund.
I don't know how much y'all give, so, to the other one, to the single guy. But we're just trying to get a little help.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of vehicles, they have the helicopter, they have more than just Kerr County they have to cover, so I understand that coverage within our county may not look so great.
Reagan, have we had any issues with rabies with coyotes? Passing through?
But it's, I'm sure there, just haven't had any.
Other animals, right?
Now,
Only other animals with rabies? Yeah.
we've harvested some animals out there that were acting a little weird. They just get rid of them.
Well, this is just presentation and discussion,
Correct.
but I would be for helping these guys out.
If y'all have any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Okay, moving back into our consideration agenda not timed items. 1.4, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to a request from the Community Council of South Central Texas, Inc., to approve the proclamation recognizing Community Action Month in May 2025. Ms. Weaver, is she here? Jennifer Weaver? Anyone to speak on this? Anything from the court? Then we'll go ahead and pass that and move on to item 1.5. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve signage for Alley Burton Annex located at 550 Earl Garrett. Shane Evans.
Good morning, gentlemen. I got some feedback from the sign company for the Alley Burton Annex, and I think y'all may have that in front of you, the size and dimensions of it. Basically, I just wanted to get y'all's approval on it or any suggestions before I ask the sign company to actually make it and have it installed on the building.
Okay. And price?
I do have a price. $1,595.13.
Sounds doable to me.
Thank you for doing this. You know, we didn't have to task or ask. You just took that and are running with it. And we know we're trying to do it for Veterans Day, right? Which we're trying to get all that done for Alley Burton for official dedication. History Division's working it as well, so it's going to be a special event over there as we do a ribbon cutting.
We still have to join the chamber. It's just ribbon cutting.
Right, we still got to talk about that. And I've got an idea, but we'll talk about that one later. What are you looking for the sign? Metal,
It's going to be the sign that they're going to install. Yeah, it'll be metal.
inside, outside? I can't remember what
That's,
you
look
just
at your backup. Here.
just for the whole court to
Here.
understand.
Yes, it gave Alley Burton Annex the size. The letters will be 7.5 inches tall, and
On
that
the side
was-
of the building, right?
on this, well, it's
Large
going to be
font.
kind of close to the front entrance part of it. I think the
Right
sign
above
to get
the
the letters
550.
big enough, they wouldn't fit in between the windows, so it would be mounted on the front of the building basically, and the sign or the Alley Burton Annex would be 124 inches and 0.7 inches.
Sounds great, thank you.
So, alrighty.
Sitting in those seats, I always wondered like what pictures they're looking at up here. I just sometimes like it described for the group. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to authorize the purchase of the signage for the Alley Burton Annex as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0, unanimous. Item 1.6. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept donations to Kerr County Animal Services totaling $15 for the month of April. Mr.
Good morning.
Gibbons.
These will be our April 2025 monthly donations, $5 from one individual and 10 from another.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve accepting the donations to the Animal Services. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.7, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm publishing the notice of bid for the LED marquee sign at the Hill Country Youth Ranch Center.
Okay.
And this is to ratify and confirm because we already did it.
Absolutely,
You're
yeah.
not-
And
you're
that
not
was the notice of
Jake.
bid.
Yeah. On May 12th, the court approved going out for the RFP, and in order to meet the legal requirements and get that posted in the newspaper, published in the newspaper twice before bids are due on June 20th, we had to do that. It was published May 21st, and it'll be published again tomorrow.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to ratify and confirm the publishing of the notice of bid for the LED marquee for the Youth Event Center as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. It's always better to ask for forgiveness sometimes.
You're right.
1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the recommendation of the Selection Review Committee and execute the resolution for award of contract for the request for qualifications for engineering architectural services for the Hazard Mitigation Assistance funding administered by the Texas Division of Emergency Management and/or Texas Water Development Board for the Volunteer Fire Department Generator Project.
Noelle couldn't be here today, so I'm presenting for her as well. Basic shed statement, we received 3 responses to the request for qualifications for engineering services for hazard mitigation assistance for the Volunteer Fire Department Generator Project. The Selection Review Committee met on Monday, May 19th, and after evaluating the responses, the Selection Review recommends that the court award the bid to 6S Engineering Incorporated, based in Jordanton, Texas, based on the highest score selection criteria. The members of the committee were Deb Thomas, Commissioner Paces, Brian Alexander, Charlie Hastings, and Noelle Putnam. And unfortunately, none of them could be here today, and that's why I'm presenting.
Thank you, Jody.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve accepting the awarding the contract to 6X Engineering out of Jordanton, Texas. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. And moving on to item 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to execute a professional services agreement with the Fire Protection Consulting Group, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $3,500 for professional services related to creating a resolution concerning the safe development of battery energy storage systems. Mr. Jones.
Yeah, we had a opportunity, the judge and I and Charlie, others that can't be here today, to have a meeting with Mr. Gilead from the Fire Protection Consulting Group. We know we've got the 391 Commission doing everything they can, fighting for all they can to try to get something done, and they're not able to get anything quite centered down yet. And so we want to make sure that we have it in writing as to who we are and what we're going to do and how we intend to approach any BESs that are coming into Kerr County with the authority that we can have, which would be to defer them over to the State Fire Marshal's office. Charlie's already had to do that in one case, and so this is actually just going to be a proclamation resolution that he has written for us, and y'all got it, I think, in plenty of time to review that. So we just wanted to get that in front of the court and get some input from y'all, see where you're at on it. Judge, you were in that.
Yeah, make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it. I sat in on the meeting. This is an effort to get a policy, a countywide policy on best practices with regard to these lithium battery storage facilities that are going in. And this one doesn't cost us hardly anything, and will be of immense value for us. So I strongly believe it.
Right.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.10, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the final plat for the R. Lang subdivision. Mr. Gore.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This proposed subdivision creates a single lot, and it widens the existing 40-foot road easement along Lower Reservation Road, bringing us up to 60 in this area. Lot 1 will be 5.04 acres fronting on Lower Reservation Road. Since this is a one-lot subdivision and not more than 10 parts, the court may consider credible evidence in lieu of a conventional water availability study. The plat has been approved and signed by Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District, and the developer has submitted a report of the existing well as credible evidence of water availability. Now, you've got 2 plats before you, R. Lang subdivision and C&R Lang subdivision. The parent tracts are not contiguous, so it's going to be 2 separate lots on 2 separate tracts, 2 separate subdivisions, rather. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a final plat for R. Lang subdivision in Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the final plat application of R. Lang subdivision as presented. Any discussion?
Yeah, this one took a lot to get done, and I was working with engineering and Headwaters on this, and it took a lot to finally get it to where we could get Headwaters to sign off on it, because there was a small glitch in the rules that allowed for them to be able to do this, and that has since been repaired.
Well, but this is an example of the exception that we put in our subdivision rules for small, single lot developments.
Right.
And we did run into a glitch. We fixed that now. But anyway, this is to preserve the ability to have these types of small developments,
Right.
changes. Any other discussion about it?
No.
Then those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. And we'll move on to item 1.11, the sister issue to this one. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the final plat for C&R Lang subdivision, which is the non-contiguous tract.
Right. Just slightly down the road from this other one. This proposed subdivision creates a single lot, and it widens the existing 40-foot road easement into 20 by 20 feet as well. Lot 1 will be 5.067 acres fronting on Lower Reservation Road. Again, since this is also a one-lot subdivision, the court can consider credible evidence in lieu of a traditional water availability study. As the first one, this plat was also approved and signed by Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District, and the developer has also submitted a report of the existing well as credible evidence for water availability. Again, it's not contiguous with the previous R-Lang subdivision. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a final plat for C&R Lang subdivision in precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the final plat application for C&R Lang subdivision as presented. Any discussion?
Yeah, credible evidence is the issue we've been dealing with TCQ for a while. And so you've heard him use that term twice. There should have been enough credible evidence because there's a private well on them already.
Yeah.
But in a lot of cases, there's not. And so they have never defined what credible evidence means. And so I think there was a bill that was, I don't know if it went through or not, to force TCQ to have to, do you know, Jared? To force them to have to define credible evidence. Otherwise, it's kind of left to our own understanding to try to establish what that means. And if they don't establish the term for that, we could end up in a bind up here at some point, because you're going to have a developer that wants to say, we think this is credible evidence, and we may say, well, no, it's not. So it is important. I appreciate y'all have got that term in there, that we get that established so that we can move forward, with an understanding of what it means.
Yes, sir. And typically on a plat, it will say by the county's portion approving this does not guarantee water is available.
Correct. Right.
And I'd like to just add, and compliment the landowner and the engineers
Yes.
in doing this the right way.
Right.
And struggling with these glitches, struggling with what the meaning, credible evidence means. But this is the way we need to do it. Sure. And we really appreciate your effort.
Yeah, thank you.
So with that, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Let's move on to item 1.12, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a revision of plat for Elm Pass Ranch Number 2, lots 105 and 107 through 115.
This proposal revises portions of the easement for Ingenuit Road, as shown on the original plat, was known as Lehman Drive, and it will go from public use to private use. No lots will be created, nor will lots be adjusted. This revision of plat is being used in lieu of the abandon, vacate, and discontinue process, since the right-of-way exists by virtue of public declaration on the Elm Pass Ranch Number 2 plat. We had a public hearing for this on April 28th of this year. Once revised, this will also reduce the length of county maintenance of Ingenuit Road by approximately 500 and something feet. This plat also includes a small additional area for a future turnout as needed, should that become needed in the future. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a revision of plat for Elm Pass Ranch Number 2, lots 105, 107 through 115, which is in volume 3, page 100 of the plat records. This is in precinct 2.
Make a motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the revision of plat as presented for Elm Pass Ranch Road Number 2. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 1.13, an update regarding Office 365 installation and timeline. Mr. Tennis.
Good morning, Court. I'll try and be brief on this. I know the timeline has always been in question as to when we're actually going to migrate to Office 365. I had a conversation with our TAC SERA representative last week at the technology conference, and we're penciled in for the end of July. So a couple other things I did want to address about that. When we do make this migration, the auto portion of it that will not be part of it will be migrating your calendars and your group contacts from your current setup. You will have, each end user will have to do that themselves. We will be sending out a how-to for various instructions, but I wanted to open this up at this time for any questions or any other concerns that may be out there or need to be addressed.
Anything for Mr. Tennis?
No, well,
Okay.
What I keep hearing from
I'm gonna wait till
employees,
it falls apart, then I'm gonna call you.
We do anticipate some glitches, but that's with every migration. But also, kind of along that note from that conference was heavy on AI. And I know that's something that is kind of interest and of concern with the county. So I'm not gonna bore everybody on that today, but if anybody does have questions or comments about how we should proceed, depending on department or for county, by all means, feel free to reach out, and I'll be more than happy to have any discussions on any of that. So,
I've been so wanting to have this done with Office 365 because we don't have Microsoft Teams. And when we're trying to do work without Microsoft Teams, it is very difficult because that's what we use for Hill Country Energy, SRPC, to record. And when you don't have Teams, you can't really record and get a transcript. So I would definitely, or at least I didn't figure it out for the last meeting, surprise. But with that suite comes a lot of great products. I know transition's gonna be painful with some new email addresses.
so
Correct.
we will be changing our domain name from the current co.kerr.tex.us to our kerrcountytex.gov, so it'll match our website, so that will all be standard. A question that has come along that line is with the auto forwarding from different newspapers or vendors or whatever that currently go to our current domain. Those will still register. They will be valid. So if you have something that is set up to go to the current domain, those will not be a problem. I do request, though, that if you can, please do change it to the new address when that happens, but that'd be later this summer. So it won't be an issue if you have subscriptions coming in, as they are. So, yeah.
Very good. This is an information item. Any other questions?
no, as long as your instructions are very basic, color by numbers, I think we'll be good.
And you don't get to take a
Crayons for those that need
vacation.
it, yes.
You don't get to take your vacation first week of August.
Not till December, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, well, with that, we'll take a brief break. Let's be back at 5 minutes after 10. Court will come back to order. Next item on the agenda is item 1.14, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding possible lease of the juvenile detention facility. At long last, maybe. Jacqueline Klein.
You want to go to the podium up there?
Perfect, that'll work.
And we're on YouTube, so people, you need to tell us your name and who you are.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Klein. Is this on? Is
Should
it?
be.
Okay. My name is Jacqueline Klein. I am with J. Klein Consulting, and I want to thank you, Judge Kelly and Commissioners, this morning for allowing me to speak here today on behalf of my client, Texas Veteran Security, to share an opportunity that brings federal attention to one of Kerr County's underutilized assets, the vacant juvenile detention facility. The U.S. Marshals Service has issued a sources sought notice to identify secured existing juvenile detention facilities located within the southern and western boundaries of the U.S. Marshals Service area of responsibility, and Kerr County falls squarely within those boundaries. To be clear, this is not a solicitation or contract. This is part of the federal government's early market research to determine who has capacity to meet a defined need. If and when a formal solicitation is released, only those who have submitted capable responses will be eligible to compete. The government is looking for a facility that can provide secure housing for juveniles aged 14 to 17, including 17-year-olds charged as minors, offer a minimum of 5 beds, and fully comply with all applicable regulations, U.S. Marshal policies, Texas Juvenile Justice Department standards, Texas Jail Commission rules, PREA, and federal juvenile performance-based detention standards. We need to have on-site medical care and treatment, provide at least 3 to 5 video teleconferencing units, with 5 being preferable, provide transportation for juveniles to court and medical appointments, offer structured educational programming, recreation, and daily activities, as well as be able to accept detainees 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including on weekends. No new construction is allowed, only existing facilities are eligible. Kerr County is uniquely positioned to respond. You have a secured juvenile facility that is currently vacant, and while it has remained unused in recent years due to its proximity to the adjacent juvenile facility and the costs associated with repurposing it, this opportunity provides a viable mission-aligned use case. My client, Texas Veteran Security, proposes a turnkey lease arrangement that Judge Kelly and company both agree is the most appropriate structure. Under this arrangement, Texas Veteran Security will fully staff and operate the facility. The company will be responsible for all upgrades and maintenance to meet required certifications and standards. And Kerr County retains ownership of the facility but avoids any operational burden or expense. Significantly, my client brings substantial federal contracting advantages to the table. Texas Veteran Security has all of the preferred set-aside certifications to strengthen the likelihood of contract award, including being a disabled veteran-owned small business, part of what is considered a disadvantaged business enterprise, a historically underutilized business, and importantly, Kerr County itself is in a hub zone, which makes local partnerships even more competitive under federal acquisition priorities. The company's founder, Gerard Morales, is a highly qualified professional. He is a former Marine, a former San Antonio police officer. He served on both the SWAT team and as a detective. His operational experience, law enforcement background, and public service ethic make him uniquely and exceptionally qualified to manage this type of facility in partnership with federal and local agencies. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Chief Jason Davis, whose responsiveness and depth of knowledge about the history of the facility have been incredibly helpful in understanding how the site can be restored and reactivated. Finally, I want to emphasize that this response is for a sources sought notice and is not a commitment or an agreement between Kerr County and my client. It is simply a way to express interest and capability to the federal government. If either party, Texas Veteran Security or the county, decides not to move forward once a formal solicitation is issued, we simply will not respond. There is no obligation at this stage. I would like to thank you for your time and considerations, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I'd like to make that first motion if I can to discuss this lease.
Second.
Got a motion and a second? This would be to approve we've got a deadline coming up that we're trying to meet, is that correct?
Yes, there's a June 3rd deadline for the sources sought. So basically, we would respond with a capability statement, just detailing the capabilities of the facility and then the ability of my client to service the scope of work requirements.
And so basically what we're doing here is a little bit like a letter of intent, statement of intent, that we're interested in working with you to try to bid on this.
Yes, sir, yes.
Now, go ahead.
Just a little background. Jacqueline's mother grew up here local. Many of y'all know her. And she has helped come forward with options on this. So you have ran this one down on a facility, which is great, that we really have a need for, but we just can't manage ourselves. So there are two buildings over there. One is the newer juvenile and one is the older juvenile detention facility, which we use a lot for storage. If Bob's still here, he definitely knows that, for a lot of our voting. And then that older juvenile facility also is a lot of storage for anything from IT or other things which we need to purge. But you're talking about the lease of the newer building.
No.
No.
Or the
No,
older
let me
one?
explain.
The older building, yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure so everyone kind of understands. And you're looking for only 5 beds? Is that what I heard?
No, that's
It is a
minimum.
minimum of
Minimum.
5 beds. I think that there's room to expand. In some of the questions that were responded to during the question and answer period, there is additional potential for expansion for the U.S. Marshals to kind of contract out beds if there's overflow from another agency. But this is going to be primarily for the U.S. Marshals Service. And I think with the capability of up to 48 beds, it makes it a very attractive option and location for the Marshals Service, because they're within those boundaries, they're serving, Kerr County, Comal, Bear, Guadalupe, Bandera. It's all this region.
Okay.
So the judge and I met with Jacqueline last week, and because of the deadline, right?
Yes, sir.
And I was shocked, and I know he was when we walked in, because the first thing he thought was we're going to have to remodel a building.
Well, it's not remodeling, it's just updating.
Yeah, right, update.
Right.
And as it is, that is all falling towards this contract, and that's what makes this just a beautiful thing if we can get that award.
Yes, sir. Yes, I talked to Chief Davis. He said that there are some kind of top-line expenses for getting the facility operational, which would include installing a new generator that could run the HVAC. We would need to update a lot of the telecom, the coax cables in there, stuff like that, putting in new locks and key cards and things like that, which would be upfront expenses that my client, I think we are ready and able to address.
They need the whole building, Jacqueline?
Yes.
Including the offices up front?
I'm not sure about the offices. We could look into that. As far as who is in the facility, they would want control of all of the beds.
Sure. My intent, and I've been fighting this battle for almost 10 years. They closed the facility in 2017. And by the way, the generator that was there is the one that's out in the parking lot here for the
Right.
courthouse now. We cannibalized it. But,
It was yours to cannibalize.
but this is it's a tremendous facility, it really is. And it's unused. You talk about underutilized, it's not used at all.
Catch-all.
We use it for the voting machines, we use it for some storage, and we use it for some of the programs for the juvenile probation department. And just to clarify, the 2 buildings over there, the new building does not have any detention in it at all. It was built to detain, but we don't detain any juveniles in Kerr County at this time at all. They're all placed. And there's an extreme shortage of these. We've been trying to get somebody interested in using that space for its intended purpose for almost a decade. And so you are welcome news.
We just
Very
gotta find
uniquely
alternate
positioned.
storage, right?
Go away, yeah, that's always been a.
Well,
that-
possibly. It depends on how much of the building they need to utilize.
Yeah.
Well,
And but maybe, if we do, we'll,
I want them to use, I want them to have control of the whole building.
right.
Heck, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be preferable.
And,
Yes, and-
storage for the county is always a problem, but that's not your problem.
Yeah.
Yes, and so in doing that with medical services, we can contract with healthcare professionals from Sid Peterson. We don't actually have to provide medical services on site, just have a care coordinator. We will contract with fully licensed education professionals to run those programs, and my client would also be responsible for transportation to and from. This is, some of these are being held during their adjudication process.
These opportunities are few and far between, and you are
Yes.
welcome.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Glad to see this come
We
forward.
have to take an action to go ahead and make the statement of intent that we'd like to explore this opportunity with the U.S. Marshal Service. So I'll make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Everybody got it? Okay, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You're an answer to prayer.
No pressure.
The next item on the agenda is 1.15, and consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize going out for bid for rainwater catchment system at the Kerr County Animal Control Facility. Mr. Holt.
Yes, sir, thank you. I do have Jonathan Letts here. He's gonna stand up and give a little more detail than I can provide for it. But I can tell you, the rain catchment has been a part of the scope of work for the new animal control facility. As you know, there was a bond passed with that facility being built over behind our current road and bridge on 100 Spur 199, I think, what it's called. It is done for horizontal construction already, a great job. And now we're gonna go with vertical construction, and part of it that we have to complete and consider is a rainwater catchment system. And there was grant available for UGRA. We had to get to a certain point within our construction to be authorized UGRA funding for that. So it's appropriate that we should discuss what we're looking for, and it's so important that it is integrated into the daily operational use in the future of that building. To include, that's one of the primary water sources that we have. That would clean out kennels for all the animals. And just to understand, we are almost tripling capacity for animals at this new building, right? So I love the fact we're talking about rainwater catchment. I think that's responsible, and that there are grants available. So now teed up for Jonathan Letts.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Letts for the record. It's always interesting to be on this side of the dais, I will say. I want a little bit of history. The rainwater catchment system, we applied for a grant with UGRA. We were successful in getting that grant. It is for 2 rainwater tanks. One is about 16,000 gallons approximately. The other is about 30,000 gallons approximately. The 30,000 gallon tank will be used for washing down the kennel area, and the 16,000 gallon tank will be used for landscape irrigation. They're on different sides of the property. The grant we were approved for is a total of not to exceed, it's $125,868. Originally, the rainwater system was part of the bid package. The Commissioners Court, when the bids came in substantially over the bond amount, it was felt that this was removed from the contract, that it could be done probably more cost effectively outside of the J.K. Bernhardt contract. Part of their contract did include the rainwater catchment system, though. The underground, the piping from the gutters to the tank, those lines all had to go under the building to get over there. And those were included, and those have already been installed by J.K. Bernhardt. So that part has already been done. Today, what I'd like to do is get authorization to go out for bid. The format of the bid package still working on pieces of it. I need to get some information from the court. But it's basically using the same bid documents that Charlie Hastings prepared earlier this year for the 550 Earl Garrow project. Going through, that's the template of the contract, the bid documents that we're going with. Going in and changing, obviously. The contact throughout it is myself as opposed to the county engineer and things of that nature, and obviously the scope of work's different and in line with the grant application. So that's what we'd like to do today. The schedule that I'd like to propose is that we start advertising June 4th and June 11th. There'll be a pre-bid conference June 10th, bids due back June 20th, open bids the next court June 23rd, evaluate the bids, and either hopefully sometime that week or possibly push it into July or awarding the contract. That's kind of a schedule. It's a pretty aggressive, but I know two of the companies that I hope bid on it, I've already talked to. One of them is a local company, Rainwater Systems out of Ingram. They've done the tanks at the Hillview Youth Event Center, UGRA's headquarters. The other company I've talked to is Corgal, and they're out of Dripping Springs. And hopefully, and there are some other companies. One of the challenges is going to be, and this is why I reached out to Corgal, which is not a Pioneer-based system. Pioneer is kind of one of the most renowned tank manufacturers. The site that we have is tight, very, very tight. And to get a 30,000 gallon tank with a 20-foot diameter, you've got to go vertical or have two tanks. So that's why Corgal, Pioneer tanks don't do that. Corgal tanks do go up higher. Either one should be with basically pretty close to the bid documents, the bid amount. So, you know, hopefully, and there are other companies too. I know J.K. Bernhardt has a relationship with the company, and we'll ask them to bid as well. So what I'm asking the court today is just to authorize to go out for bids, and since they're not finally prepared, to authorize myself, Commissioner Holt, and the county attorney to approve the final documents before they go out. If they're not approved, then they can come back to the court at the next meeting and set it delayed a little bit.
Refresh my memory, how much of this is reimbursed through UGRA?
125,000, 868 is reimbursed based on another agenda item, and it's going to obviously depend on what the bids come back at. The county, on my estimate, additional 18,000 above that amount to complete everything. But, you know, obviously it's subject to bids.
Okay.
I would hope the grant would cover it all. No additional, but we'll see what.
I don't think they can. Don't they just cover up to a certain percentage?
Is it not to exceed? I think it's 5% we have to put in, but a lot of that we could get, I think it's either 5 or 10, I can't remember, but some of our administrative costs are going to be applied to that. I'm not including any administrative costs in my numbers right now.
And just to clarify, we're doing the 16,000 and 30,000 gallon tank together in a bid or separate
Yes.
bids?
No, one bid for
One
both
bid.
tanks.
Good.
One goes up on the, one right outside where the kennel building, and the other one's up on the other side near where the office buildings are. And under the contract with UGRA, we have to do both, and there's also a biostrip that also has to be done. Biostrip is basically an area where filtration takes place over the ground for runoff. And there's two of those, and that's not part of this bid package, but it is part of the grant. That, in my opinion, is gonna be much more, better done under another contract, which I'll talk about on the next agenda item.
Yes, sir. And this agenda item 115 is just to go out to bid.
To go out for bid.
Right. We're
And
not
authorize.
committing yet
Yeah.
for anything after that. But this is just going out for bid, and then the next one will be for publishing, which is required to be.
Well, this one
A
is,
different
this
agenda
would,
item.
this would authorize the publishing. Couple of questions I do have is, you know, the court usually designates at this time a scoring committee. I didn't know how the court wants to handle that, so that needs to be included into the grant. Who approves items? I went through the document and made myself, as this call, I wasn't sure of the terminology, I said Kerr County consultant, to approve, you know, be at the meetings, answer questions and all of that. The court may want Commissioner Holt part of that as well. There's a few things in there that I just wasn't sure really how, you know, what should be in the document. And also wasn't really familiar with your schedule in June. I know budget's coming up, and, you know, some of this, it would be ideal towards the end of June, if there is one, to open the bids, posted, of course, or award the contract at one of those meetings late in June.
All right, I do want to make that motion to authorize going out for bid for the rainwater catchment system.
Is that what you just did?
Yeah. Just want to make sure.
And I would recommend that bid includes, since the document's not finalized, authorize Commissioner Holt, myself, and the county attorney to approve the final document.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to put the rainwater system out for bid as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed?
I'm gonna
Abstain?
abstain.
Okay, so that's 301. Okay, item 1.16 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to allow publishing the notice of bid for a rainwater catchment system at the Kerr County Animal Control Facility. Mr. Holt.
Okay, I'm gonna throw this back over to you for the publishing, and how do you see this going out for bid as far as publishing, Mr. Letts?
The publishing, it would be advertised twice, which I think is a requirement, June 4th, June 11th. The bids due back at 3 p.m. June 20th, and bid opening is 10 a.m. June 23rd at that Commissioners Court meeting.
All right. And of course, I'll make myself available as part of the scoring committee when those bids come back.
Okay.
I think that's right to have you and me and the county attorney involved in that for.
Well, is Charlie gonna be involved in that?
He certainly can be. He and I talk on a regular basis.
I know, that's what I was asking.
Doesn't that have to be, don't we normally have that as an agenda though, to assign them as, for the scoring committee?
Well, that's what they're trying to do right here, include that with the publishing.
I will say, I want to really, I mean, Charlie's template
Just for
for going out for
publishing.
bid is phenomenal. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's just for publishing.
really good.
Yeah.
And I want to thank him for giving me a copy of it and letting me cannibalize it.
Okay, yeah, we have the motion just for publishing right now, this bid.
Second?
Yeah.
Got a motion and a second? Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Those abstain, raise your hand. 301. Moving on to item 1.17, update regarding additional expenditures at the Kerr County Animal Control Facility. I keep on calling you Commissioner Letts, but
Again, Jonathan Letts. Remember, I'm just a messenger here. Don't throw too much when I come in and start putting out some of these numbers that are going to be a little bit earth-shattering to some. I will say, I want to go back a little bit of the history of the bond. As to one of the reasons the court is in the situation they're in, cost reason. When this bond package went out, it was roughly 5.7 million, and it was approved by the voters. And I'm, you know, why things happen, I'm not going back and trying to retread, but we had to go in, the county had to go in and adjust some FEMA maps on that site to be able to move forward with construction. That process took far longer than I think anyone envisioned. It took about a year and a half. So we couldn't go out, so that delayed going out for bid for a long amount of time. The original numbers were almost 2 years before they actually went out. Because, you know, the bond issue, I can't remember when it was, but it was done in, was November, I think, of the bond issue. The numbers for the bond issue were done the preceding January, February. So, and then something happened that no one anticipated. Inflation skyrocketed, went up to, and so I think it's pretty standard, or pretty, you know, likely that you can take that original 5.7 million that was approved based on those cost estimates and probably add 20% to it. And that's kind of would be a realistic cost to do this project. And that is a number that we're very close to now. You know, it's not good. You know, we have things that could have been done when the bids came in high. It could have gone the court had the option, of course, to reject all bids and rebid it. That would require totally redrawing everything and starting over. I was on the court at that time, and the decision was made by the court not to do that, to move forward, cut things out of the project to get it as low as possible and move forward. And that's kind of where we are today. During that period, we talked a lot about some of the things. The numbers were tossed about without hard numbers as to how much additional it was going to cost. The number was frequently between 400 and 700,000. That's kind of a number that was talked about in the court, but that was just kind of a wild ass guess. That type of a number. Since then, the court hired me to go in there, and I've gone through, received preliminary bids, cost estimates on everything that I can think of to finish the whole project, including fencing, screening of the cemetery, livestock pens, kennels, which is a huge number. And we have quotes on everything, so I think we have a realistic idea. I met with members of the court last week briefly, so they wouldn't be totally shocked when they saw these numbers today. I believe the auditor got a copy of them in advance as well. So, you know, I want everyone to be aware where we are. And the first time when I went through this, the amount of money, in my opinion, we needed this year was $610,283. That's a new number than the auditor has. And next year's budget was $189,480. Commissioner Harris asked me if I could come up with an option to come up with a different scenario, and I really couldn't come up with an option that deleted things, but I did change the timing of things, and that's what the court has is listed as option A, and that option comes up with this year's budget $487,364, and next year's budget $333,027. So that's kind of the big picture. I'll just go over so everyone is aware of kind of what we're talking about. Is facility perimeter fence, livestock pens, the entrance, cemetery screening, landscape, the rainwater catchment system, which is reimbursed for the most part, but it's listed in here. Building furnishings, kennels, contingency. Things that are not in here are the IT budget. I've talked briefly, and Reagan has talked briefly with, I know, Corey, and that's coming out of his budget. He knows kind of what is there. And those, and security. I'm gonna go into a little more detail on a couple of items. Kennels. The kennels that we looked at, and pretty much I want to thank Reagan and Noe over at Animal Control. They've done all the legwork on figuring out the kennels and coming up with companies and getting estimates. TriStar is a company that they are recommending we go out with. That is the same company, the same kennels that are both in Atascosa County and Kendall County. They're durable, they're good, but they are expensive. The kennels, the dog kennels, total estimate was $311,788, and the cat kennels are $88,563. So they are pricey, but that's just the price. I know that's, you know, we got the quote from them. That's what they are. That's the same kennels that are in those other two facilities. These are not Cadillac kennels. They're durable. They should last, but that's what they cost. The other item that security, this number originally, when I was still a commissioner, was over 100-some thousand. Reagan has gone back in and we've looked at the security system that's required over there. It needs to be a guardian system that works with the rest of the county's security system that the sheriff oversees. That's been cut back. The total amount for that, well, there's cameras are $25,678, keyless entries $24,436, and then a panic system, panic button system, $6,536 for $56,650. That is something that we already have a contract that we can go out for. We don't need to bid that. We can go out and just acquire that system. But the final adjustments, if any are made to that, need to be made obviously before we make that contract. That is an important one to go out and acquire, make a final decision on pretty quickly, because they need, as that building starts going vertical, they need to be there to put conduits and put everything in place at the same time electrical's going in. So that is something that's kind of, remember, that's got to come in pretty quick in the decision on that. That's kind of it in a nutshell, and be glad to try to answer questions.
Well, Jonathan, I don't like it. I've said it several times over the last year or so that, you know, the bond was 5.7 or whatever, and that's what it ought to be. And that's what the people voted for. And, I don't know, I don't think it's right to go over that. There needs to be bigger cuts, somewhere or another, where we stick to that. So that's my 2 cents. I appreciate you trying to make us some options here, but it's still hard pill to swallow.
I'll comment on one thing I will make a statement on, is that it's a couple of things that are clearly, were never intended and very clearly not part of the bond issue. Livestock pens, the fencing up at the entrance, the screening of the cemeteries, those items right there, they add to about $250,000, $200,000, somewhere probably $250,000. So out of this total, which is close to $800,000, that much of it clearly was not part of the bond issue. Kennels have been talked about a lot. There was members of the committee that worked for the help with the court on that. I think there was a number in there of 50,000. Yeah, I don't know if they were or were not. When you look at the construction documents, they were certainly not in there included. And I don't think anyone thought that they were going to be that expensive. The option A defers those kennels to the following budget year. The court has, I mean, if there is a cut, that could be taken out completely and just added in some future year. And that's a pretty large number.
Just like the livestock pens, I mean, that's over 100,000. Heck, we got pens out at the ag barn, out at the event center. We got an arena out there, you know, with pens in the back for holding livestock. We have some under shelter in the back of that barn that could be utilized, you know, and in an emergency and stuff. Reagan, how often y'all have livestock?
Not super often.
Not too often. And, you know, and it's usually short term. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We just don't, just don't.
Go.
Yeah, we just don't ever really know what we're gonna end up
Sure,
getting. You know, we might
exactly.
get a whole bunch, which we've utilized the ag barn area for. You know, we did some of that with the overturned 18-wheelers and things. We ended up with
Sure.
some over there, but that was real short-term stuff. And would still need to happen anyway. But the majority of the time, you know, we might get a few surrendered animals. We generally don't have a whole bunch, unless we do a massive seizure or something. So
This is just one small piece of the puzzle, but that's one piece that's over $100,000.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I circled it as well. It's the use, is it worth it, return on investment? I mean, folks, look, this is gonna be a new building with a lot of old stuff in it. There's some stuff we can't put old stuff in, which is the dog kennels and the cat kennels, because they won't move. They've gone through every single piece of furniture and put a red, a yellow, or a green sticker on it. And we're gonna go over there and look at that, but the green sticker means it still has life and it can be moved, utilized. Yellow means if you have to, but it doesn't have much of a lifespan, it could be moved. You know, like a 10-year-old refrigerator, for instance. Red is, it has no use in the new building, can't be moved. So I've given them a priority on which to go through on this list. Frankly, you know, this one has stressed me out more than anything else I've done in this job.
is this animal control facility. Because when I saw that things weren't included, which I would have hoped they were included in the original scope of work, now it's on us and me to figure out how we pay for this in the future, or even if we should. So one thing I have looked at is the livestock kennels, right? The ones that are at the Hill Country Youth Event Center, I'm not sure those are ours. 'Cause I believe they belong to the Stock Show Association to utilize those.
The permanent pins, there's permanent pins, the arena's permanent, and the pins are permanent in the back of the dirt arena. In the
Okay, outside dirt arena.
Still under cover.
Right. But you do have some livestock pens that you currently use in your facility. The question is, are they movable? Are they green, yellow, red? And how would that look in the new building? Would we like new stuff for $100,000, kind of pre-fert like? Well, yeah, we would like it, but that's an expense on the taxpayers that we have to figure out.
We've got to do more than figure that out. The taxpayers did not agree to this deal. And they didn't agree to any part of this deal. They voted and spoke very clearly, we need a new kennel facility. No question about that. And it's our responsibility to give them what they asked for. But they also gave us a very clear budget. And that's been blown from the first vote. It was blown. And we were outside of it. I appreciate everything you said, Jonathan, because you're correct on the cost and how they got where they are and all that, and you did a great job on this. Thank you for being the first person to bring this to me, because I hadn't seen this, and I know it was done with you having to think, oh man, I got to hand this to, but thank you. I appreciate you very much. But even at that, when we talked the other day, none of this has been approved, and for us to just say we're going to go find the money is not what the voters asked for. And for us to have the ability to go around a bond election is just wrong completely. I met with Heather about it, and she said, well, legally you probably can, but should you? And that's the dilemma. I talked to TAC. They said the same thing. Legally, you probably can go find money, but boy, I sure wouldn't want to be running for office again if I did that.
Well, I'm not
Because
running.
you're committed. Well, then you're free to do what you want to do. Yeah, yeah. Because this is just the integrity behind it, to me, I guess, is the part that bothers me the most. I'm all about doing what we were elected to do. And I know everybody up here has been, and I'm not questioning that for anybody. And it's no longer about whether you're for or against something, because that was resolved a couple of years ago. We're all for it, and I want to see us with a new facility. I want to see us, but I also want us to honor the voters and what we do here. And all this stuff where y'all are picking and pulling stuff and everything, I don't think that gets us there. I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think that gets us there.
You're wrong when you say that we're all for it, because there's a good bunch of people that voted against it.
Well, they got to
And I
be
bet
for
you
it
there'd
once it's
be
been
even more
passed.
that voted for it, that'd be against it now, seeing how it's turned out.
I will tell you, I voted against it, but not because of the reasons of that, because I didn't want a bond.
Right.
And I felt like we could do something different, but I lost on that, and I accept that, and so I'm saying, let's build a facility. That's what we've been told to do by the voters, let's do it. Because that's our function here, is to honor what they want. But we can't just halfway honor what they want. We can't just say, okay, we're gonna go build it for you, but then we're just gonna have an open budget for it. That doesn't get us there for me.
Mr. Lutz?
A couple of other things that I wanted to bring up, and this goes back to a comment Mr. Holt just made. In these numbers, well, I've contacted a company that does the government buy board type outfit that we're a member of, whatever it's called. And there's a company out of San Antonio, Texas Wilson's the name of the company, that they go in and they'll figure out the furnishings, and they come and will install everything and put it in there. So a total, all new furnishings is in the bid, even though that we've gone through and Reagan's gone through and checked things that aren't. The question you have to look at from the court standpoint is it cheaper to buy a new desk or or hire someone to take apart a desk, move it, and reassemble it? And my gut feeling is it's probably gonna be cheaper to buy a new one because labor cost is high. one of the things that is built into here is you're going in there. This facility is, you know, much like a jail in a way. It's 24/7. It has to be operational. Reagan has to be able to turn the switch off one day and turn the switch on, and it's got to be operational. That facility's got to be ready to go. So, you know, while it might not be, you know, certainly things can be cut out, but there's certain things that, from a safety to the employees, like a security system, you know, kennels, that's, it, you know, furnishings, however they're there, that facility cannot operate. And I think the voters are gonna be more upset if we build.
But that's the problem with this whole argument.
I know.
Is you had your initial bid packet that was complete, and then you jerked $1 million out of it to make it look palatable to the public. And now we're trying to throw it right back in there, and that is not acceptable behavior.
Oh, I'm just saying where we are. I mean, I'm fortunate now, I don't have to make this call. I'm not the one making the decision, you all, the five of you do.
Thank you.
But I'm pointing out how the facility's gonna be operational, and I think that while it might be unpalatable to have to go allocate more funds to this, the other option is to build a facility and not move in. Those are the two options.
No, there's a third option. There's several options, but all of them include us getting back in front of the public, which to me is the only acceptable option.
That's y'all's.
And so we have to wait and meet with our county attorney. Heather said you wouldn't have to be prepared for this, but, well, tell me what it would take for us to do that. Do you know?
Yes, sir. You could go back to the public and essentially have another bond election. That's kind of at one end of your options. The other end of your options is simply to sort of build what has already been approved, like what we kind of been talking about. And then you've got two options in the middle.
Well, we've got to find the one that satisfies what the public asked for. To me, that's what we have to determine here. And how do we get there?
And very clear, I work for y'all. You tell me to cut 500,000 out of it, I'll do my best to come out 500,000.
Well, your initial bid was 6.1. That already exceeded 5.75.
Well,
So,
well, if you tell me that you cut 100% of it out, well.
Yeah, the real challenge is we have a footprint we cannot change. We can't. We're laying concrete. We built a building which was 3 times the size of the current one, but did not include everything it should have to be operational. So that's the pig we're wrestling with. And it's being built to that size, and it will not be operational, even partially, without at least half of the stuff on option A. So the real question is, we see what we're trying to get it to be completely operational. Again, I wish it was in the original bid, it's not. Now, to get it in front of the public to where they feel like they have a vote, and what the options are to fund that is something we need to consider and probably discuss, because I don't think it's right just for us legally to do that. Whether it's a town hall or a revote, on the options on what we need and how we pay for it additionally needs to happen. I'm not comfortable just saying, yeah, it's okay, we'll vote and we'll just sell the other building because that's the only option we have and we'll use that money. I think it should be a part of public discussion, because that building will sit built in November and not be utilized without this stuff. It is how it is. So before then, yeah, I think it's either we need to really discuss on a revote and then with options on how we pay for it, or not. I think that's kind of what you're asking for.
I think we need a legal opinion.
I agree.
As to what the options are.
Okay.
Because
Legal opinion?
we need a legal opinion as to options. I don't know what to say. I will tell you that the animal rights people will meet you in the street. I've been there. I'm telling you that.
But Judge, this is not opposing them.
Well, they're gonna take it that way. I can promise you that.
Well,
You're
that's
talking
fine.
about a civil war.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not opposing, I agree with them. We're building a facility, it's not going against them. I'm just saying we should be held accountable to what they they pushed us to get done, and we did it, and it's great. So we need to honor the rest of the people in the county too, and
Right.
them, with what they
That's
have.
right. There's a bunch of people didn't vote for it and didn't want it to begin with, and now they see it going over. And like I said, there's a big wad of people out there that voted for it and got it passed that are probably having buyer's remorse right now.
I'm not sure how many of them would have voted for it if they'd have known it was gonna cost over $7 million. I mean,
Exactly.
that's a big hit.
Actually, about 6.5, right?
You have
No.
people want to speak?
And that doesn't include a couple of million that you pay in the interest on all of it. So, no, when you add the 6.1, and then he's getting the 820 on the Proposition A, you're there.
At the end of the day, we have to be realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And we're finding a whole lot of problems and not finding any solutions. And we're far enough along on this that I don't see how you stop it. I understand the issue about how you fund it. But this is not something that we ought to just quit. We've been given a mandate, and we have to go forward with that mandate. And wherever we want to point the finger as to why we didn't get it done on time, get it done more timely, didn't get it bond amount estimated more accurately than what it's actually taken to do. Nobody saw this kind of inflation coming that we're having to deal with. In my opinion, we have to finish this facility. How we fund it may be up for debate. And I understand that there is a very active faction in the community that would just as soon trash this whole thing. But that's not what the people told us. And if we have to take it to the people again, so be it.
Yeah, I'm not part of a faction that wants to trash it. I want to see it built.
It has to be built, in my opinion.
But I also know that we can put brakes on and slow the roll before we continue to spend money. And we're basically going to be asking again, to ask for forgiveness over a small amount of money is one thing, but when you're talking about $800,000, that's a lot to ask for forgiveness. And I think it's got to get in front of the people somehow. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but this commissioner's
Anything-
court meeting doesn't do it.
Anything that slow rolls the completion of this facility cost money. It's only going to be more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the solution is, it needs to be found and implemented immediately. We don't have the luxury of having another 6 months or a year to figure out how to solve this problem. And what Commissioner Letts has signed on to do is to try to get us over the finish line. And that's what we're trying to do. And I appreciate the difficulty of doing this.
Just final question, if you don't give me some direction or do nothing, I mean,
I don't think,
I don't disagree with what any of y'all are saying. It's just that, you know, what the judge's last comment is critical in that, and what Mr. Holt said, the building's gonna be done in November. A lot of this stuff takes 4 to 6 months lead time to get. So there's not a lot of, you know, in the next month to 6 weeks, the decisions as to what's gonna be done or not done pretty much have to be made. And if it's, or just finish the building and furnish it and put the kennels in 2026.
Judge, does this maybe rate a special meeting?
Possibly.
We've gone in a lot of detail, and
well, we need to get the legal opinions first.
Yeah.
We need to know what we're choosing from.
I
Options
agree,
A, B,
I
and C.
agree, and all of that ASAP.
Yeah.
Is there a budget meeting next week?
Nope.
Thursday.
This
Oh,
week.
we got a
Thursday.
We got one
workshop on
Thursday.
Thursday. But that's gonna be dominated pretty much by salary study.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if there's time to tag on, Ms. Hull saying an agenda item or a workshop item.
But we're too late for Thursday.
We're too late for Thursday, but I think June second.
Monday?
Yes.
It could be added to that agenda at least, and then we can discuss it, just to keep
We
it
could
moving
do that.
forward. And then I can visit with Reagan and his staff a little bit more between now and then.
We're gonna have to do it at the Ag Barn to get everybody, I'm telling you.
I think so.
The budget workshop's at 9, we could do it after lunch.
Well, we've got some people that wanna speak.
Yes.
And just so y'all understand, the folks that are building this building, are contracted to install a lot of this equipment, including the dog kennels. That's part of their building cost. So some of their building cost is tied into installing and moving a lot of these items. So it's not really completed, their portion of it, until all this is installed, however we figure to pay for it.
Final comment on that point, there's a meeting this Friday that Commissioner Holt and I will both be at, Charlie will be as well, and Peter Lewis and Bernhardt. There's some confusing things in the bid documents, things like this. There's kennels are installed by J.K. Bernhardt. We just need to we're gonna sit down with J.K. Bernhardt, figure out exactly who's doing what. Some of the interior equipment they're buying and installing, some we're buying and they install, some we buy and we install. So it's all in the documents, but we really need to go through what's the most efficient and cost-effective way to get that stuff done, and that means it's gonna take place this Friday.
And this is really outfitting the building for this item. The next one is, just to let you know, is a little different discussion. It's actually building the building. That's why these items are separate. So I think we have completed the update, and I thank you. It wasn't easy.
Was there
Jody's waiting.
Oh, we have comments?
Well, we're getting ready to go to, it sounds like to me we're gonna schedule a special meeting, probably for next Monday. So, I looked at the people out there that have signed up to speak. Do you wanna speak today?
Yeah.
Or you wanna speak Monday? Okay. Barbara Ferguson.
Barbara Ferguson, and I just have on my hat as a Kerr County resident. When this bond issue came forward, I was not for it. I thought it was too big of an ask and it could be done in a more economical way. But it was approved by the voters, and I agree with your consensus that we need to deliver to the voters what they approved. However, a lot of different decisions along the way have happened to put us where we are today. And I think making irresponsible decisions or decisions that aren't taking into account all the details have brought us to this point that now we're just in a huge quandary. But it has to be recognized, what did we do to get where we are today? And let's avoid those kinds of decision makings going forward. It's important to look back. And one of the things is, why did we ever break ground when we knew we didn't have a budget we could stay within? You're right now, you're gonna be pouring concrete and you've entered into a contract for that. But today, some things were brought up that could be eliminated. And I think saying, well, if we eliminate these things, we're still not all the way there, is not a good excuse to not eliminate them. I think just based on what was said here, the livestock pens could be eliminated. I don't know what the entry line item includes, but perhaps since that was not in the original plan and the voters did not approve that, that could be eliminated. Same thing for screening of the cemetery, that was not in the original plan. Now that we're over budget, why are we adding additional things? So right there and, make those cuts. And then I think we need to go to the people in our community who pushed so hard for this. There was a board who pushed and worked on this bond issue. Ask them now, because you're right, nobody could have foretold the whole inflation part of this, which it does play a role. But go back to those people and say, okay, here's where we are. We're short this amount. Help us raise it. Let it be a charitable effort to try to meet these needs. And we do have, I think the term animal lovers community was used earlier, so I'll repeat it here. I'm not sure that's the best term, but we do have a community filled with people who do want to see the best thing done locally for our pets and for our strays, and ask them to help. I would encourage you to look down that road for additional funding sources, not look to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Nikki Kanes?
Nikki Gaines, Precinct 1.
If you would pull the microphone down, you're a little bit short. There
I'm a
you go.
little short. Who knew? Yeah, I'm going to try to go back a little bit more in history because I've seen the original contract, and I would like the commissioners to look at the original contract with the original architect. Because in that contract, it says kennels are included. And in June of '24, when that same architect said, oh, by the way, the kennels and the perimeter aren't included, then Commissioner Lett said, well, wait a minute, I thought they were. He was right. They were included. It is in the contract. Now, that architect was paid almost $425,000 for his work. And as a voter and a taxpayer, if I voted for this animal control facility, the very name conjures up kennels and perimeter fences. And again, if you go back and look at that original contract that he signed, there's a list of supplementals that should have been priorities. Back in January of this year, this architect is no longer on the project, but Charlie Hastings is. And as a voter, I wondered why. Is it because he didn't comply or complete or come up with the correct, or he didn't fulfill his contract? As a voter, I'd like to know, because that's $425,000. And since we're short over $800,000, maybe we should be going back and getting a little bit of that money back. In February of this year, this court approved $25,000 for services for Mr. Letts, and his skills were obviously needed. The next month, which was on, let's see, the 24th of February, there was an additional $25,000 that was an ask for the animal control facility, and it had to do with construction materials testings. Commissioner Paces sat right there and he said, is that in the budget? Is that in the bond? Is that covered in the bond? The only response was Judge Kelly, who said, well, no, but we can attach it to future budgets. As a voter, I was like, what? How much more are we going to attach to future budgets instead of sticking with the budget that the voters approved? The kennels, I agree. Everything that has been talked about today is absolutely needed. But something went screwy and sideways back when all of this happened. And Ms. Ferguson, when she said that the committee, here's the committee, here's the names. If anybody wants the names, they were the ones, and it says here that they, oh, shoot. I don't have it, but it gave the parameters of what they were supposed to do. And what they were supposed to do was come up with the priorities for all of those projects. And this was the only one that was funded, or I should say approved by the voters. Everything that they should have proposed should have been included within this contract. So I agree. If it can't be done under the current bond. I don't want us to continually take another bite at the apple and pass it on to a future budget. Because pretty soon, that apple is gone, and so is our budget, and then it's passed on to the taxpayers. If there's any answers to anything I said, I'd love to hear it. Nothing, okay.
Well, part of my dilemma was I had a problem, but I didn't have the answers.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Because it was done prior to us on the court, and it's a problem, and no question, and we need to resolve it, we need to fix it, but I did not have the answers. That's the reason I agree with the judge. We gotta go back to legal and find out what we can and can't do, and
We got a
what we
mess, we gotta
should or
fix it.
shouldn't do.
We
Yeah.
do, and that's why I did a little bit of homework and found out that the original contract says it includes kennels. And now we say it doesn't include kennels.
Right.
But he got paid a nice sum of money, and he's gonna be at the meeting coming up. Again, if there's gonna be money to be had, the court might think about what we can get back from the original contract. Because it was, to me, as a voter, it was not fulfilled.
Right.
Should have been a turnkey deal.
Yes, you can.
So it becomes very apparent, we don't build new buildings very often, folks, right? And there are a lot of challenges. I've come through this experience so grateful for everything I had before, with engineers that were involved throughout the lifespan of a project. I did 15 of these a year at a $125 million project. I never had anywhere near the amount of issues and cost overruns that this one has had. So, okay, great. Now, the current problem, we have to fix still, so, I'm looking forward to more discussion, I think, in the future as we do the special meeting. And we,
I've got
Still got people talking,
yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
and Reagan.
May I just make a comment? I just wanted to throw this out there to kind of piggyback on some of the stuff with the livestock that we were talking about, and it's just something to consider before this meeting. But something else to think about, some of the animals that we keep, the estrayed animals, we're actually keeping those for the sheriff's department because they estray animals. So just something for the sheriff to consider is that there's not a whole lot of security at the ag barn. So you can go there and get in there. I don't think anything's really locked up in the back, and so it's something to consider when you have an animal that we have in our custody. And is that going to be security is a thing there? So just something to think about. I think that we need to have something at the new facility, but just something to think about for.
That didn't go where I thought it was going. When you said it was the sheriff's, I thought you were wanting to imply he used his cells to put them in there.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, yeah, in the stray, we hold them, and
Right.
but it's you don't want any of these animals to disappear either. So.
Right. Okay.
Maria Hammerline?
Hi, Maria Hammerline. I'm in Precinct 2. I'm going to take this a different direction. As I was sitting here, I just kind of try to pull myself outside, looking in to what I was seeing. And I appreciate all the work. I was not for this. I voted against it. I am a crazy dog, cat lover. I do all I can, giving money to every, but still in Houston, I'm sending my money there. I'm trying to get dogs out from off the euthanasia list, okay? Maybe I'm that faction. I don't know what faction you were talking about, Judge. But I voted against this because
What I was talking about was, when I first took office, I prepared a budget, if you remember this, Don, and I went through and identified all the things that we're required to do as a government. What are the governmental duties that we have to perform? And then what are the things that we choose to perform? So there's the mandatory things we have to do and the voluntary things we do. And one of them was, when it comes to animal control, animal services, we are responsible for rabies. And that's it.
I agree with you.
Everybody wants more than that. We held a meeting out at the Ag Barn, at the Youth Event Center, called by the correct name. And nobody got lynched, but it was close.
Well,
I'm
I
I'm
believe
teasing about it.
the
but,
function of government, you're right. You're exactly right.
There were probably 200 people that showed up.
Private money, I believe, you know, I do things on my own. I don't come to the government to ask for, you know, money for,
Well, and in that process,
animal
I
or that.
I suggested and I offered to be the first donor, and I was the first donor to the nonprofit that they put together to provide for animal services.
well, then we agree.
We do.
So what I'm saying is, what I want to say is that there is almost a holy obligation to the taxpayer. I mean, we should be treating this money, because think about it. People are really under pressure economically right now. I could not believe our federal tax bill this year. It would have bankrupted anybody else, you know? I mean, we really had to tighten up the belt. And to see maybe, I'm sure no one meant to laugh, but I view, you know, this working outside, we just did the 5.6 as a kind of a, you know, general idea. Well, you know what? If I had a contractor coming to maybe pour a driveway, and then he came to me and said, well, we have these extra things, but I have a contract. If he tried to spring that on me, I would say that's fraud. So I'm not saying anyone's committing fraud, but as an individual, we have a holy obligation, and to just decide that we're not going to put anything before the taxpayer. Oh, you know, you can just say, oh, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, that was just an idea. We want to build this, and we're going to start here at this 5.6 million. Well, I, for one, would like to move now, because if that's the attitude that we have from our own government, that they don't care. Do you know how frustrating it is, you know, to see all the money being poured out into areas? Like, look at what happened in DC. All of these people were pulling money, these nonprofits, and we're funding it all. So I'm just saying, I'm frustrated. Please hold this close to your heart when you're talking about spending our money. I could just cry, because I feel like we need to get back to that. We need to get back to go back to the Word of God. I mean, please, we need to be respectful of every voter. Is a nonprofit a voter? No, they are not. So they should not be held in higher regard than us. And I'll just leave it with that. I do want to thank you, Mr. Letts, for your work. I don't like spending money, but I'm always up for buying myself a new pair of shoes. So I will let you slide on this. But I love you guys, and girls. But let's just thank you.
Cash?
Wanda Cash. I live in Precinct 4. I want to point out to some of the commissioners who have told me that they don't really read the newspaper, that on today's front page, I'm the author of a story about Kerrville Pets Alive and their new capital campaign, in which they are going out to the public for more than $1 million to buy and build a complex for stray animals. If you didn't know that, you might want to take a look at it, because there's going to be another money grab out there on the streets.
Okay, this was just a discussion item, I think.
You got
Who is
somebody?
it?
I'm not on the speaker's list. Can I have a moment?
Yes, sir.
My name is Russ Patterson. I am a Kerr County taxpayer, but I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of Kerrville Pets Alive. And I'm not prepared to speak. I came here mostly to observe today, but I see by the discussion that there is a lot going on. First of all, let me address something. Kerrville Pets Alive is an advocacy group. We are not an intake group. We do not accept abandoned animals off the street. Everything we do goes through Kerr County Animal Services. That's the proper way to do it. There's protocols there, rabies is consideration, anything to do like that. What I hear a bit of as a taxpayer is, who voted for this, is that it sounds like there is a bit of a willingness to say, okay, we have this amount of money, we'll build the building without the kennels, because that's all the money we have. I agree, it's implied that animal control would have kennels. Now, maybe it's not the 30 or something that originally was scheduled to be on there, maybe it's 10 more added later, but I don't think you can imply that a building for animal control would have no kennels. I agree personally that the ag barn, or the livestock facility for animal control is a bit much of an add-on, given the number of dogs and cats that come in versus the number of stray horses and cows that come in. And so, also, I do take a little bit of umbrage with the idea that because we are seeking a permanent home and we are going to individuals, that I don't know that I would characterize that as a money grab. We are asking for donations for anyone who wants to support us building a permanent facility. Right now we're leasing, and that is just going to increase our advocacy and our ability to help the animals, but we are a helping organization. But as a taxpayer, it's curious to me why it's taken so long to build this, and I agree, you could not have seen the inflation that was to come. That's the wild card. But is there room to cut? Sure, possibly. But I also think you're correct. The building is going to be there. It needs to be operational, and some consideration needs to be made for what's going to happen. The county is responsible for picking up essentially stray animals and taking care of that on behalf of the taxpayer. And so I offer my personal thanks to Judge Kelly. Kerrville Pets Alive is the organization that he wrote that check to, and we're still trying to do our best to be kind of the middleman, middle outfit, whatever you want to call it, as an advocacy group. And we'll try to do our best to help out, but we're not animal control. And so we'll be supportive, but currently I don't think we have any plans to storm the streets or anything like that. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Yeah, and just for clarification, this had, what I'm voicing views on here have nothing to do with Kerrville Pets Alive.
Oh, I don't think
Yeah.
just as, but I work for both.
Sure.
I'm with Kerrville Pets Alive, I'm on the board, and I'm a taxpayer.
Sure.
And so I have to I walk both of those lines. And I'm
Absolutely.
3 years in, and I've really bought into the cause, and I've been surprised at how much I've bought into the cause. And so prior to that, I'd never been engaged with local government, and now I've been to a few of these meetings, and I'm both impressed and frustrated. So
Right.
maybe a lot of taxpayers feel that.
And I apologize.
No, I understand.
But it is what it is.
You're correct. So,
And the truth of the matter is, we've got a problem. And we need to find the best solution for the community, which includes taxpayers as well as animal advocates.
And I will say how grateful I am in my role to understand what the organization does, and how much in-kind consideration and volunteerism goes through Kerrville Pets Alive. It saves us transport and adoption, and frankly finds alternate means that otherwise could be much worse for the animals. So I get it. I've been to both facilities, new and old, and thank y'all.
So that was a discussion item. And we'll move on to the next item, which is, no, I think it's 18.
18.
Which is consider, discuss, and update on matters related to the construction requirements of the animal control building.
Yes.
You wanna pass on that, or you wanna?
No,
If we're gonna meet on Monday, or?
I'll just do a quick update, just to let you know, these are things that are required to build a building, not to outfit the building. I'm gonna go over a quick list of some of the expenditures and things that, we have seen in the process of building it. First of all, we have a, group that's doing testing. You have to do testing, for anything from the walls to the pipes, to the concrete, to the welds. That's part of normal construction business. We have a company, that we contracted to do that, and part of the testing includes a $7,100 charge, and there will be more testing as we go vertical, just so we know. So I'm being transparent, which I believe in being transparent to the court. So it's $7,100 in testing currently for a lot of the pipe and wall construction, and that's done by a separate company. Just so you are aware, it's not by the construction company. It has to be a third party, but the construction company and us and Charlie are tracking that. So part of this update also includes a Sally port emergency exit. When it was originally designed, it didn't have a little push bar, which you have to have on all the emergency exits, where you can back into it. And so that push bar for all the doors is $12,568. There was not a fire rated door put on, and when we realized that, that's a $540 expense. There is a server room inside that building that did not have its own AC system, and anytime you have more than 5 servers in a closet, it gets very, very hot, and you have to have its own, normally mini split in there. And that mini split is $13,010. And we looked at the doors inside the kennel area interior. They were gonna be just like wood panel doors. Realized all the cleaning that goes in there, that's not even gonna last maybe a year. So it's a $4,000 expense we're looking at for laminate doors on the interior just to get that built. So coming around 30 grand. And we have money set aside within our own budget to accomplish that, but we're really running out. And what we're looking at, why I wanted to update the court, is additional testing for welds for this company called UES. We're gonna have to source additional funds. And right now we're okay at 30 grand, what we're asking for to continue to pay, because we have that fund set aside. But in the future for UES, I think that's gonna cost a little bit more for the welds as we go vertical.
This fund set aside is rolled up in the bond, or what?
Yeah, it is, it's rolled up in the bond,
Okay.
but these are additional items that are eating into our contingency
That
we
weren't
have.
included originally.
We have a contingency, we're eating into it.
Okay.
We've almost exhausted a lot of the contingency with this $30,000. So just wanted to update the courts on that. This is just to build the building with things that are required. Nothing in there is nice to, frankly, but, you know, laminate doors, I think, probably makes sense. So that's just an update. If you have any questions on, the building itself, of the building.
Okay,
Well, before we go on, these 2 different plans that Jonathan gave us, you know, the contingency varies in each plan. The ones that for 2025 is $20,000, and the one you referred to is $30,000 in the other one. So, you know, there's different.
Commissioner, to answer that, my contingency is
different.
is not.
It's
part of the
different than
bond.
this?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's just-
I'm sorry.
That's just a add-on.
yeah.
Regarding the 2024, 25,000 to perform construction materials testing, is that 25,000 included in that 30,000 contingency, or is that in addition to this 30,000?
Yeah, we're eating out of that contingency fund, which includes the testing, so. We are gonna exhaust past that testing of 25,000, I'm predicting in the future, which is why I'm updating the court on the increased testing cost.
But the 30,000 that you just said,
Nikki,
that is in
Nikki,
contingency?
if you're gonna do this, you have to be recognized by the court and go to the podium.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get clarification. If you said there was a $30,000 contingency fund that is being used for the materials testing, I'm just trying to find out if the 25,000 that was approved on February 24th, that was also 25,000 for construction materials testing. Is that in addition to the 30,000 contingency, or is that 25,000 included in the 30,000 that you are talking about?
I believe it is included in, and I don't know if they can help me out in our financial.
I think those are separate items, but
So does that mean that the 25,000 that was approved
You mean-
on February 24th, did that go into the contingency fund?
I don't know.
I
And nobody,
think-
and at this point, you're asking us questions that really need to be addressed to you can get with Mr. Holt and talk to the contractor.
Well, I'm here. I think that's I think it's a valid question.
I know, I owe you an answer back.
Okay?
I know you well, so
Okay.
I will get back in touch with you as we look through to answer that question.
Okay, and
I
if that
promise
could
to
be,
get back to you.
if that could be addressed
But Ms. Keynes,
publicly in the
let me just
future,
say
because
this.
I'm actually asking questions because I'm a taxpayer, and I'm looking at all of the working class taxpayers that, if we go above budget, that's gonna affect them a whole lot more than it's gonna affect me. But I'd like to know where the money's coming from and where it's going. Thank you.
I hear you.
As a general rule,
Yes, sir.
an allowance in a budget to perform certain services is a separate item than a contingency item, which is something that underlies the whole project, okay? So I think the answer to your question is, I think they're separate, but you need to get together with somebody that is overseeing that, find out what's.
Well, that one would not be in budget is why I was asking.
Well,
I'll get back with you.
Thank you.
I promise.
let's take a 5-minute
Thank you.
break. come back to order. Yeah. I want to make an announcement. This is running longer than we anticipated, and I know I've got two people from the public that want to address the court. And I've also got a district attorney that has to get to Fredericksburg quickly. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to call the, and I'm going to skip around a little bit, but I'm going to call the agenda items that the public has asked to address, so that we can listen to the members of the public, and then once we're done with that, we're going to go ahead and go into executive session to try to accommodate the district attorney. And then we'll come out and finish up the rest of the agenda. So I apologize for the hopscotch, but this is kind of the way we need to do it today. So the next one that have from the public that wants to address the public is Becky Ballou on item 1.20. So I'm going to call that. That's consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to amend the court order number 40274, appointing the committee to review the step and grade system to replace Commissioner Letts with Judge Kelly. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sirs. I'm Becky Ballou, I'm Precinct 1. A lot of exciting things on the agenda today, and I was really interested in the animal control stuff and also the battery energy storage. Those are two very important things that is going to affect us now and affect us in the future and our children. But I just saw where it says consider, well, item 120, and I didn't understand, I don't know about this court order number 40274. I didn't see that in the agenda anywhere, and I didn't know where it was, because it says appointing a committee to review the step and grade system to replace Commissioner Letts, there is somebody in that chair, with Judge Kelly. And I don't know how that works. When one chair is vacant, then you step over and sit in another chair, sir? Or who fills your chair? Or what does this exactly mean? So it
Okay.
seemed real confusing.
This is a pretty straightforward explanation, okay? Commissioner Holt is the liaison with our HR department, okay? And we put together a committee. He inherited it from Commissioner Letts. Commissioner Letts was on this committee that was appointed, and this was some months back that we did this, quite a while. And I'm trying to remember who else is on the committee with you. There's you and Letts.
Thanks.
Should be in the back of the copy of your order, too.
Well, I'm sure Sylvia and
Yeah. Are on this committee. And what they were commissioned to do, the assignment was to review the step and grade system, because we've had problems with the step and grade system. And so they were going to review it and make recommendations to the court as a whole, okay? And with Commissioner Letts retiring, this is for me to fill his vacancy on that committee. It has nothing to do with these seats, it has to do with the committee. And I met with Mr. Whirling, who is the person that was retained to do the salary study, with Ms. Zapata last week. And he's going to be making a presentation at our budget workshop on Thursday about the salary study. And so all I'm doing is replacing Jonathan on the committee to make recommendations to this court.
Okay, well, thank you. I know it took a little bit of time, but I know there's others who would be interested. Thank you.
Okay. Y'all understand that, right?
Yes. And you read it already?
Yeah.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve me replacing Commissioner Letts on the committee to review step and grade as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0. Let's move on to the next item. Is Alicia Bell. I know.
Yeah, we are.
We're gonna get all that. I'm trying to address the public first. They need to be able to address it. Alicia Bell. And this is on items 122 and 123. So we'll move over to that. which are timed items at 1:30 this afternoon, but if you want to address the court, you're welcome to.
Were you gonna explain it first before the public gets to comment?
Uh,
'Cause normally you like do your.
Well, it's
speech.
actually a timed item at 1:30.
It's a timed item at 1:30, and our Dusty Trailer was going to be here to make the presentation.
That's right, so
So we're
that's
gonna-
when
we're gonna
you
listen to
need
him at
to
1:30.
make your comments is at 1:30, when it's called.
I'm not understanding what's going on.
If you want to wait till 1:30, when he calls the item at a time that it's
We're coming
set
back
to
after
call,
lunch
you can do
to
that.
address this.
He was just trying to be courteous and let you speak now if
Yeah,
you'd
I'm
like
not
to.
speaking
Okay.
before anything else. So you said
Okay.
1:30?
Come back at 1:30.
And the same for 123 is a timed item at 1:30. Okay. But it will be on YouTube, Ms. Bell. So, with that, let's break and go into executive session. And the time is 11:37, and let's get that. and we're back in open court. And thank you for your indulgence. That was a pretty important personnel issue that we had to decide. Next item on the agenda, back to where we are, is 1.19, which is consider, discuss, an update on matters related to the Hill Country Energy Subregional Planning Commission. Mr. Holt.
It's my pleasure to brief on behalf of our fellow colleague, Commissioner Paces, on some good updates on Hill Country Energy Subregional Planning Commission. We had a meeting where we had briefed about Gillespie County's interest in joining our commission. We did have Judge Daniel Jones, Judge Commissioner Kramer, and their county attorney come and meet with us here in our Commissioners Court, and just to hear about what we do as a 391 commission. And they're going to take it back to their court and then try to pass a resolution to join Hill Country Energy Subregional Planning Commission. That is Gillespie. Because as they have realized, battery energy storage is growing in interest in their county as well. They currently have one which is near Harper, and then another one which includes 100 megawatt battery storage and a solar field being built and considered in Gillespie County near a place called Willow Springs, if my memory serves me right. So they have two now. In the future, we still have one being proposed and built along the ERCOT approval timeline out in Mountain Home. There still are 3 being considered and built out east in near Comfort. They are a 250, a 100 megawatt, and a yet to be disclosed third facility out on the Comfort power grid, which is called Kendall Station. There are 2 different LCRA run substations out there where they're targeting the northern one because that's where most of the power comes from the west, runs through that very important substation, and then either spokes off to us, goes up north to fill the loop up and around Gillespie, which is why they're interested, or continues to run out east towards San Antonio. So we are definitely tracking where this is going. We had previously sent many letters to the folks that we want to hear from that we believe are state agencies and owe us a brief. Those include LCRA, TCEQ, ERCOT, and the Public Utilities Commission. We have been briefed, as you know, already by TCEQ. We had some hard questions for them. We have not heard back from LCRA as far as coming in front of our commission to be briefed. I do remain hopeful they will come back and brief us like TCEQ did. But we did finally
You
hear.
don't know LCRA then, do you?
That's what I was thinking.
I remain hopeful. I'm
I
a
wasn't gonna
positive
say
thinker.
today.
But their energy director did call and talk to me. But it's a little bit different than an individual call instead of coming in front of the commission and speaking, right? ERCOT did call me back, and I'm grateful for the coordination that Wes Verdell had personally with the Public Utility Commission. He spoke with them this week, and then the Public Utility Commission Public Engagement Officer, I guess is his billet, called me and wanted to find out a little bit more about what that would entail. So I think that's a positive first step. I invited them down to a coordination and information meeting where we would be civil and cordial like we were with TCEQ, but we did have good questions and comments for them. We've invited the Public Utility Commission to bring ERCOT. So I've asked for 2 from the Public Utility Commission and 2 from ERCOT to come to our next meeting. And he is going to brief that with his folks that are in charge of the Public Utility Commission, because now they understand what we're looking for. We need to better understand their involvement in the process of approval of these facilities, what they are aware of, what they're briefed on, and then share that with us. That's the coordination we're looking for. from them, so I'm hopeful that they will come back and present themselves, and I'll, of course, follow up as Commissioner Paces is away this week.
I read in one of y'all's articles or something, where you or Rich wanted to put one out about, them saying that they were required by law to hook up to any generator system. A BES is not a generating system.
Well, that is one thing we want to discuss with them about, because you'll see different advertisement about it being a system that provides energy, right? Not just a storage, but an energy provider,
Yeah.
so.
Seems like the point you could challenge with them pretty
Yeah,
strongly.
Absolutely, so,
Yeah.
very good point. What's the definition of a BES? How is it approved on your system? What are you tracking? What else do we know? How do they get entered to your system? And what is your actual role? I think it's important for us to understand that. And I don't think that would have happened without West Fiddel's discussion with the Public Utility Commission this week. So again, very grateful for that, and he called us on that to give us an update. If that doesn't work, next step, meeting with the Attorney General and demanding that they come down and sending a letter as a 391 commission, not necessarily a commissioner's court judge, but as a 391 commission, sending it out to the Attorney General, asking, hey, they're required to coordinate, why are they not coordinating with us? But if they show, then I'll consider that good faith, and we probably won't go the Attorney General route, or that's my recommendation to our commission and panel. So far, small continued pressure is starting to work because we're illuminating what's happening out there, and then we're making them come in front of us. Otherwise, we would never probably hear from them. And again, no additional updates as far as new projects being planned within Kerr County or Kendall, but of course that one that we saw in Gillespie. So I would expect probably in the future a letter from Gillespie Court saying this is our resolution we passed, that we'd like to be a part of your extended Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission, which will of course take more meetings and legal consultants or consultation to make sure that the bylaws and interlocal agreement gets passed, changed, and updated accordingly. There's my update.
Okay, good. Any discussion?
Good job.
Okay, let's move on to item 1.20, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to amend court order number 402.
We did that.
Yeah, we did that.
Okay. Well, I'm calling it again just to clarify so that everybody knows. We met with Steve Whirling, who was the guy that was Whirling Associates, I think is one of the salary study. And one of the things that we've asked him to do is he's put together his study. He has access to incredible amounts of data. He taught human resources at UTSA, so we're talking about a smart guy, really smart guy. And we've asked him, he's going to make a presentation at the budget workshop on Thursday, and he came across with just dollar amounts as to what was market, above market, below market, and we've asked him to convert that to our step and grade, our grade and step system for this year. But next year, we probably won't be on step and grade. But whatever his recommendations were as to above, market, and below.
And then transition.
He's converting that to a step and grade equivalent.
Nice. That's needed.
That'll get us through this budget cycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 1.21, consider, discuss, and take appropriate
did that one.
action to declare an emergency as per the local government code 111.041B for a budget amendment number 5337, indigent health care, and move $180,000 out of the unassigned fund balance for indigent health care and $172,000 out of the general fund's unassigned fund balance. And two, budget amendment number 5339, capital projects, airport, and move $390,000 of the general fund's unassigned fund balance. Okay.
Yes. Local government code allows us to do this in case of unforeseen events. You have a a budget amendment that's highlighted in orange, so you can see what we're doing. The costs that we're covering were not anticipated, we're not foreseen at budget time.
Okay.
I'm glad you said orange. I was looking at yellow.
But we need to declare an emergency in order to be able to add these monies to the budget.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first emergency has to do with indigent health care. And that is because Peterson Hospital has made reasonable demand to be paid for the indigent health care that has been provided that has not been reviewed or approved here at the county. And so we have to be able to fund to get them some money to try to work with them on what is owed.
Yes, we've spent just about everything that was in the budget in the Fund 50 and combed through it, and we can't find any more.
But we can't put this in the budget without an emergency declaration.
Correct.
And the emergency here is, we don't want to get sued. And this was a problem that we discovered in the HR department and have corrected
Dated back a while.
a long time.
Yes.
Oh,
A
yeah,
long
for
time.
about the past 3 or 4 years.
And,
Right.
It did result in an employee termination too, so. Now, the fund, the capital projects funds, that's a different type of emergency. And that's because that's the settlement for the condemnation. Monies that we have in the budget, we have some monies in the budget for that settlement. And to be able to fund the balance, we're asking for amendment number 5339. And the, again, the emergency there is threatened litigation. So,
Both bitter pills,
well,
but we're riding the ship.
we're riding the ship with the airport. You know, you and I
We
both
went
did-
through there last-
We've been
through
through that.
that
We're not going to
Commissioner's
replow
Court.
that ground. But,
Commissioner's Court.
But it says request on your orange sheet, 490,000, and on ours it's saying 390. What's the?
What?
Whoa.
say what?
I did not catch that. It can only be 390 then.
'Cause
And
that's
I
on-
will go back and double check. I did
Okay.
it 2 or 3 times and I think I
Well, on
came
this orange
down,
sheet
but
here, she's
we'll
got
see.
You're correct.
490. Yeah.
The orange sheet is the correct amount
Ye-
that we'll need to be able to
No.
fund our share.
Well, you have to
Yes.
go by what's listed on the
I
agenda.
know, I'm just
Okay.
explaining so that we're on YouTube so the public understands what's going on here. We've got some members of the public here. Our share of the condemnation settlement is $1.5 million plus expenses. Our share of expenses, 50% of expenses. And we've got 1.1 that we have in our budget, and we've had that for some time, accumulated over the years, which is being applied to that 1.5 million. And then the rest of it we're pulling out to be able to fund this settlement, which is supposed to close here within the month. And that was part of a legal settlement with the developers.
I want to be on record for being able to catch something with you. It may
And I
never-
very much thank you
It
for
may
that.
never happen again.
Thank you for that.
And because the agenda item says 390 instead of 490,
Right.
legally, that's all we can approve at this meeting. We'll have to do the other 100 at the next regular Commissioners Court meeting.
Make a
So-
motion to approve.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the declaration of an emergency for the indigent health care and the capital projects for the airport litigation. Any other discussion? Okay, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item point 122. We can't take that up till 1:30, so we'll move on to the approval agenda. And the first one would be 2.1 is budget amendments.
Yes, to start with, I'm going to ask that budget adjustment 5349 be taken off. And that's based on the conversation that was had earlier about the animal control facility. So that will leave us with 7 budget amendments, and 3 of those are for new revenue that will be coming in.
Okay, which one? Tell me the number again.
That we're taking off.
Yes.
Yes.
5349, it's at the top of the second page, I believe. It's not in numerical order.
We'll strike it. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 2.2 is pay the bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $1,041,121.35.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the bills, pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 2.3, late bills.
Yes, today's amount is $5,161.23.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve paying the late bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Then we go to auditor reports.
Yes, we prepared one surprise cash count for JP4, and so you've got the internal audit report in front of you for that. We ask that you accept it.
Make a motion to accept.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the audit report on JP4 as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes. For April 2025, Treasurer's Office, County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan, Environmental Health and Animal Services, Director Reagan Gibbons, County Clerk's Office, Nadine Alford, County Clerk, Veteran Services Office, Director Jenna Sanchez, Justice of the Peace, Judge J.R. Hone, Precinct 2, Constable Tommy Rodriguez, Precinct 1. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Court orders. We've got court orders for May the 12th this year, number 41257 through 41279. And I have reviewed those, and they all appear to be in order, and I make a motion that we approve the court orders as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay, moving on to the information agenda. Item 3.1A is a quarterly report from maintenance. Shane Evans.
We just put that there.
Yeah. We'll have that removed by maintenance.
I put the wrong, and I had the wrong game on.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, I'll start with our maintenance projects that we're working on right now. We still have trees in Flat Rock that we need to finish trimming before we move on to other things. We also have trees in the Ingram Annex that are gonna have to be trimmed up now that we have the building now, or the property. We started on removing the junk metal and debris from the old, what I call the old polo field. That's where the outdoor arena is at the Ag Extension, or the Youth Event Center. but we started moving all that stuff out. So far, we've moved quite a bit of metal out, and probably got back maybe $556 that I've turned into the treasurer's
Good.
office so far. And this was, these last three are a couple of them that's already, it was on my last report that we hadn't gotten to yet, but it's still on the radar to get done. And that is painting the outside handrails at the courthouse, painting the stairwells and handrails also in the courthouse annex, and also paint the lobby area of the old courthouse entrance. That's still on my agenda to get done. And moving on to the mowing. So we're responsible for mowing 4 parks and 8 different county facilities throughout the week, or 2 weeks sometimes. But during the mowing season, these facilities will be mowed weekly, and the parks mowed every 2 weeks or when needed. Obviously, during the summertime, the parks are not need to be mowed as much, so we just monitor it, and if it needs it, we'll mow it. And the completed projects is we finished painting the buildings and the water storage tanks at the River Star Park. We painted the gate entrances and line posts to the River Star Park. We painted the gate entrances to the Flat Rock and Dog Park. And we're cleaning up and remulching the flower beds at the Union Church. And we did power wash the ramps and entrances to the courthouse. And also, as part of the maintenance projects, we're going to also paint the handrails to the entrances of the old courthouse. So that's on the agenda also. And also, we finally was able to, the courthouse elevator was repaired last Wednesday on the 21st.
And Shane, the water problems we had last week out at the Ag Barn, identify what was the problem. Was it the gutters or what? Were you in on those discussions?
Well, that was, sometimes when we didn't, we have to clean the gutters at least once or twice a year.
Well, I don't think that'd been a problem. It was last week, whenever the sheriff put Thursday, yeah, the rain, the heavy rains we got and what have you, there were some problems with insulation falling down and what have you.
Where was this?
At the Ag Barn.
Okay, no, I was not on that.
You weren't in on that? Okay,
No.
I'll get with Jake.
Okay.
I talked to Albert Martinez at Cypress Roofing, and they were having people come out, and I didn't get a follow-up of
Okay.
what they figured out, so.
Understood. Well, they hadn't included me too much on that project.
Okay.
Other than we had to clean
I
out the old
understand.
maintenance storage, and that was, as far as that goes.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and the last page is kind of just the general maintenance. And so we do, general maintenance is conducted every day, ranging from electrical, plumbing, and HVAC. So we take care of 10 buildings and 4 different parks. And we do that with, there's 7 of us. So we're usually pretty busy and scrambling to get stuff done. So we do as best we can a lot of times. Sometimes we don't always make everybody happy, but we do our best to do that.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Shane.
Then 3.1B, quarterly report from Environmental Health, OSSF. Ms. Batters.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So for my report this afternoon, I'm just comparing numbers from last year's, from January to March of 2024 to this year's. As far as our permitting goes, our numbers are up by 10% for septic permits. Also for OSSF complaints, our numbers are up by 10%. And whenever we receive applications, we kind of break it down if it's new construction or if it's an upgrade. As far as new construction goes, it's down by like 5%, but most of our applications that we've received have been for upgrades, so it might be for an existing home that has, that needs to have a septic system that's been upgraded. new construction is from like raw land and a new build of a home. Also, back in March, we attended the Texas On-Site Wastewater Association Conference, where myself, along with 6 other designated representatives from various counties, spoke on a panel addressing current management of the OSSF permitting program across the state. So I collaborated with Travis County, Comal County, Ellis, Hayes, and the Trinity River Authority. This was my 3rd time to ask to speak up on this panel at the conference, and it's really neat to kind of see how the authorized agent program is different from across the state, from county to county. And some of them also do food permitting as well for restaurants or food establishments, so it's not just OSSF that they're doing. And it's always just a really good learning experience for our department. And then also, we are collaborating again with UGRA with a course that we are creating for, it's called the Kerr County Water and Wastewater Resource, and we'll be presenting that to the Kerrville Board of Realtors on July 1st. Our department has always been involved in working with UGRA and presenting to the Kerrville Board of Realtors, so this is our 3rd time to present with them, and it also helps the realtors earn continuing education credits as well. And I've been told a while back by IT that our department receives a high traffic of emails due to a lot of open records requests that we get from our realtors as well as our homeowners. So this course will help provide an overview of topics that are most frequently discussed with homeowners and realtors regarding water and wastewater in Kerr County. So I don't really have a whole lot to say, but if you have any questions.
Questions, Ms. Banner?
We're good.
No,
Very good,
Thank you.
thank you.
thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to 3.2, which is status reports from elected officials.
I got something, Judge, real quick.
Okay.
Just, some damage to county property. These last 2 storms, Thursday really did a toll on us. I was in communications with Don a little bit in reference to the Ag Barn. But, we had 2 Tahoes damaged from hail. That puts me at 17 this year. Just so y'all know, I mean, we do everything we can to get those up. Actually, my guys were all in the Ag Barn Thursday, answering calls out of the Ag Barn, but it got to a point, I'll give you an example, when we were overwhelmed. You know, those of y'all that know Gravity Check, they had some pretty severe damage from wind, but we were dealing with, you know, wind damage. We had trees across roads. We had flooding on lower Turtle Creek, 5 to 6 feet over the bridge. We had vehicles that were hydroplaning. In addition to that, we had just our normal calls and some crashes and that. So those kind of guys, that's what y'all paying for, and they got to be out in that stuff, and we're going to sustain damage from it. We were doing everything yesterday. I had to, even though it's a holiday, I had vehicles taken to the Ag Barn. As you see what happened in Fredericksburg, I believe Menard had some grapefruit-sized stuff. This has just been a tough 2 months, but we did get 2 more damaged in it. This is the price of doing business, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then item 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners.
Yeah, I'll just continue on what he was saying, when they were out in it, so was Road and Bridge. Next morning, I went to the Ag Barn to look at the damage that I heard we had heard, and it looks like it was probably a gutter. It was 2 small gutters on that east side that caused the problem, backed up water. The roof didn't leak, but it backed up water, had some insulation fall, some of it fell on your vehicle. I went out there, y'all had a dozen, 15 vehicles in the barn. I went to the Road and Bridge, and several other people had been out all night and already gone home at that point. They'd already put in their 8 hours and what have you. They had trees down around the county and stuff, so it affected several departments.
Anyone else?
No updates.
I just met with Headwaters last week, and tomorrow UGRA.
Okay, well, with that, there being no other business before the court, we are adjourned.
Until 1:30.
Till 1:30.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, then I'm going to reconvene, and court will come back to order. We have two items on the agenda, both times items at 1:30. First one is item 1.22, discuss and take action on an order authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of approximately $3 million in aggregate principal amount of tax notes, Series 2025, securing the payment thereof by authorizing the levy of an annual ad valorem tax, approving and authorizing the execution of all instruments and procedures related thereto, and declaring an effective date. Identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Judge Kelly, Commissioners. Dusty Trailer with RBC Capital Markets. We have the honor and privilege of representing Kerr County as financial advisor. We were in the market earlier today to help sell the county's tax notes, Series 2025. Given the way state law works, we have to actually be in the market on the day that you're pricing them, or have to be pricing them on the day that we're coming before the court because of some state law rules. So I apologize for the delay today, but we were busy making the sausage, so to speak, in the market selling these tax notes. And we had a successful sale. Overall, the tax notes, we're actually selling tax notes in the principal amount of $2,750,000. That's actually going to provide a project deposit funding amount of $2,825,000. And talking with Tanya, that's the dollar amount that y'all actually needed for your projects, was the $2,825,000. These tax notes are structured with a 7-year final maturity. That's state law. We can't go longer than 7 years on those tax notes. And the interest rate, the final interest rate on the tax note, all in TIC is a 4.169. The federal arbitrage, the federal tax exempt arbitrage yield, if we're looking at simply the yield on the notes themselves, is a 3.533%. And once the court approves the sale of the notes, we will be working closely with your bond attorney. I know they've sent you guys a packet of documents for the transaction. We'll be working with your bond attorney to shepherd the transaction through the Texas Attorney General's office. Once the Texas Attorney General's office provides their approval of the notes, then we anticipate delivery, the day that you guys will actually receive your funds, on June 24th. That's when the money should hit the bank, so to speak. But all in all, a good sale. I think, as you guys know, the bond market's been a little up and down, but we were glad to be in a market today that was fairly favorable, and go ahead and get these interest rates locked in for the county. One thing I want to point out throughout this process, and I want to touch on it, is we worked really closely with Tanya and the judge to work through a bond rating process. We took the county through a bond rating process with Standard & Poor's back in early April, I believe it was, when we visited with Standard & Poor's. They approved the county's bond rating at a AA, which is a very, very solid and strong bond rating for a county like Kerr County. And really just, they note the really strong economy, strong financial performance of the county. And so I just wanted to give you guys that update, given it's good news, and it's a testament to the way that Kerr County and all of you go about conducting the business of the county, and not only the way you guys go about conducting the county business, which is great and superb, but also what just a great place Kerr County is, and that's reflected in that bond rating, and that goes a long way towards helping us get good interest rates on these obligations.
And I'm looking at Auditor Tanya Shelton. These tax notes were to finance the Al Mooney Road project, and also one of those pieces of heavy equipment in Road and Bridge.
Multiple pieces.
Multiple pieces that we had in our budget last year. Okay. I know you didn't. That's not necessary for you to know, Dusty. But
it's great.
But I've got the public here. They need to know what we were doing.
That's right.
Okay. So let's move on to the next one, which is 1.23. Discuss and take action on an order authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of approximately $7,480,000 in aggregate principal amount of limited Tax Refunding Bonds Series 2025. Securing the payment thereof by authorizing the levy of an annual ad valorem tax, approving and authorizing all other instruments and procedures related thereto, and providing for an immediate effective date.
Excuse me, Judge, did you have somebody want to speak on the last one?
Yeah. We speak on them one at a time or both, whatever you speak on.
You already passed it. I just wanted
Yeah.
clarification on.
Okay, go
it
ahead.
sounds like new.
Go ahead.
We don't need to take an action on it.
Yeah, we do.
Alicia Bell, Precinct 1. I just wanted clarification because it sounded like these are bonds that you were already charging taxpayer money for property taxes on, and it now sounds like a new, like more additional taxes for this annual ad valorem. Can you explain that?
These are tax notes, okay? You can stay at the podium. We use the proceeds from selling the tax notes, which we sell to the public. They're investment instruments. Were used to fund the improvements on Alamuni Road and buy the heavy equipment for road and bridge.
Okay, but what I'm saying is they were previous bonds.
No. This is not these at all. No, not at all.
Okay, so it's new
This
tax.
is all brand new.
So it's all new tax. These are all new taxes, new property taxes.
Well, these are notes. They're not.
Yeah, it's not like the animal shelter bond.
The
That's what you're
collateral, yeah, the collateral on the note is the ad valorem tax. So what we charge for our tax rate is the collateral on these notes. And we have a AA bond rating, which is the best there is. And so these are good investment instruments for people to buy tax-free bonds.
So it's a voluntary investment, not amongst hitting every, if I understand that right? As a bond, or is it gonna hit every taxpayer as an ad valorem?
Well, directly, it does not hit any taxpayers. Indirectly, the money that goes to pay off the bonds are tax revenues. And that's what we're pledged as the collateral on the tax notes.
Is it?
It's part of the interest in seeking portion of our property taxes. We have two different parts. We've got the M&O, which is the operations, and then your INS side. So what we're talking about will only hit the M&S. The interest in seeking side.
Okay.
Well, it's like buying a car, and you pledge the car as the collateral. In this, what we're doing is, we're a good local government, we have great tax bond ratings, and so we're securing it by what our tax base is. We'll pay it back over a 7-year period of time.
Out of existing tax revenues, and I hate to
Yeah,
ask a lot, but
right, yeah.
the first time I've heard this done, so I wanna kinda understand it. It's out of the existing tax revenue, not an additional tax levy necessarily.
This is
It's
not a
based
levy
upon
in
what
any
we
way,
raise.
shape, or form. This is just merely a way to borrow money.
Okay.
This is a way to borrow money. The repayment, though, does get repaid with the portion of the tax rate that is dedicated to the INS portion of the tax rate. The repayment portion gets paid back with that INS.
The tax rate we set.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The tax rate that the county sets. Yes, sir.
I get it now. Took me a while.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we would calculate if there were no growth in the county's tax base whatsoever. I think that, the debt service on the tax notes is less than $500,000 per year over that 7-year period. So any tax, it'd be a very, very minimal tax increase at all associated with that, if any. It's probably already built in.
Is it built in for the
Right.
interest payment for this year, for this debt? Because this was approved at last year's budget.
We did our first tax notes back in 2021.
I believe that's correct.
Right after COVID. When we issued those, that's when we bought 550 Earl Garrett and 600 Earl Garrett and these other properties. The local banks really kind of knocked them, pushed each other around trying to buy up our notes.
They did.
They were happy to buy them.
They absolutely did. That's fact.
And one was late getting his bid in, and he was crestfallen.
He was pretty upset.
Yeah.
That's correct.
If I could ask, what do we make on our reserve account? I thought we made more than 4.1%. Can you remember, because you showed it and I had it last week and I didn't bring it, what we actually make on our investments.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, talking to you. What do we make on our investments? Because we're paying 4.1%, right? For
A
this.
blended yield, yes.
Yeah, it
It's like-
varies. So long-term investments are less than 4% now, but the pools are probably right around that same, what he's saying right now. Those are our more short-term liquid, day-to-day investments.
They're right around these, yeah, I would think that the pools are very, very close to that rate, if not maybe slightly higher.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So net, interest rates
All right.
offset.
And we do need to take action on this.
That's right.
And so I'll make a motion that we approve the issuance, sale, and delivery of these tax notes as presented.
I'll second.
So we've got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Questions? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Now we move on to 1.23, and that is the limited tax refunding bonds. If you just explain what we're doing there, that's.
Yes, sir,
I know
Judge.
what you did, but.
You
they
bet.
don't.
Again, Dusty Trailer with RBC Capital Markets. We're the financial advisor to the county. This item is to refinance a portion of the county's existing debt obligations. And in this particular case, we're refinancing a portion of the limited tax bond series 2015. Those bonds are currently callable. They've hit their call date where the county has the option now to refinance them. The obligations that are being refinanced had an average interest rate of just right about 5%, the old bonds that we're refinancing. And these particular bonds, the refunding bonds, are going to have an interest rate a little under 4%, 3.944%. So over the life of over the remaining life of those particular bonds, the net savings for the county for this refinancing is $452,023.
Savings.
In savings, that's net savings. And on a present value basis, because not all of that savings is up front, we present value that into future dollars, or present value dollars, that savings is $394,000. And so that savings percentage works out to just over 5%. We're saving 5.04%. Typically, in our world, in the municipal bond world, we are looking for our clients to help them refinance their bonds if we're able to save a minimum of 2.5% to 3%. So we're up a little bit over 5%. So we've got a meaningful savings here. The savings works out. There's some actual savings up front in 25, about $137,000 in savings that will occur in this fiscal year. And then basically every other year, except for 27 and 28, every other year the savings will be roughly about $40,000 per year. We really don't have much by way of savings in fiscal 27 and 28 because we're not refunding any bonds that are maturing in those years. The bonds that are outstanding in 27 and 28, they were at lower interest rates and wouldn't have made sense to refinance, so we left those two maturities alone.
In fact, I'm pretty sure these were the bonds for the remodel of the Youth Event Center.
I think it was the
Jail?
jail.
I was
Jail?
fixing
I
to
think it
ask
was
if
the
it was the jail, yeah. Time-wise, it seemed right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That timeline.
And back when we did the bonds and tax notes in 2021, we paid off a bunch back then.
We certainly did. We did a refinancing at that point. And just kind of for the record, I want to make sure you guys understand, a bond refinancing is very, very similar to if any of us were to go to a bank and refinance our house, right? We've got a house loan, a mortgage that is a higher rate of interest, and we have the opportunity to go out and pay off that obligation with a new obligation that is at a lower interest rate. This particular refinancing does not extend the maturity of those bonds we're refunding, right? So those bonds that we're refunding had a final maturity of 2035. These refunding bonds will have a final maturity of 2035 as well. So it's the
Perfect.
same length of term. We're not
Perfect,
extending
yeah.
that. So it's
I like
all just
that.
net real savings.
And so I'll make a motion that we authorize the issuance, sale, and delivery of $7.48 million aggregate principal amount of limited tax refunding bonds, Series 2025, as presented.
I'll second.
It's actually The actual par amount on the refunding bond is at $7,525,000. But we're refunding a total of $7,810,000. Again, there's a premium paid by the investors that makes up the difference.
Any discussion? Questions? Okay, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous.
All right.
There being no other business before the court, we're adjourned.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.